right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2021 EKU Aviation Virtual Career Day. We're excited to have a full line for you guys today. For those that are tuning in, I just want to mention a couple things. For those students that are in the BTS 400 class this semester, make sure that you are following along with the form that's on our website. That is available now, so you can open up that and complete it as we go through the sessions. You cannot submit those before 1 p.m. today. That's when we'll have finished our first 3 sessions, so you're required to do at least 3 sessions. So if you turn one in before we finish 3 sessions, there's probably something wrong with the form. So make sure that you're paying attention to that, and make sure that you put correct EKU ID number in there and your student email to make sure you get credit for participating today. Also, the students that are in BTS 300, this can count as one of your events for that. You can either take a screenshot of one of our sessions or something else to provide a proof of attendance, and then you can just bring those forms to me and we'll get those signed and turned in for you. And those need to be completed within the next week, so if you're still missing another event after this one, make sure you get that knocked out. So we do have a schedule of events on the website as well, so you can follow along throughout the day. We are going to take breaks this year. In between each session is a half-hour break, so feel free to move about and take breaks as needed. And with that, I'm going to introduce one of my all-time greatest friends and a proud EKU alum who has, I think I've roped her to helping with this event ever since we started just about. So always wonderful to have her, and she has a very busy weekend ahead too with Thunder. So very grateful that Megan Tobin has taken the time to join us. So Megan, we're glad to have you back this year, and I'm going to let you introduce Mr. Weber, who is our first speaker today. So thanks for joining us, everybody.
Awesome. Thanks for having us, Kyle. Thanks for joining us today. We're excited to have you all here that we can introduce some really important, influential people throughout the aviation industry. And it's my privilege to get to talk about and introduce someone in my realm of airport management and in a position that I aspire to be in one day. So I would love for you all to meet Abe Weber, who's with us from Appleton, Wisconsin.
Morning.
He is the executive director of Appleton International Airport, and just a fantastic person. And as you can tell, a pretty young guy who's had a lot of accomplishments in his career, which is why I thought he would be just the perfect person to speak to you all about his experience and how he got where he is and what he likes about it. So with that, I'm just gonna, Abe and I like to banter back and forth, so we're gonna have a little chat. I've got some questions for him. I warned him a little bit, but so Abe, thanks for joining us.
You bet. Thanks, Megan. Thanks, Kyle, and thank you, EKU. Pleasure to be here. Hopefully, I can share a little bit about my story of how I got to become an airport director, and if it helps you out, that would be great for me. And I did write that I was a fantastic person in my bio, Megan. So.
So we covered that.
To give me a little credibility, right?
Yes, check that off.
Perfect.
The bio. So along the lines of your bio, why don't you just give everybody a little bit about your background, what got you into aviation, and how you got where you are today?
Sure. I grew up a farm kid from Illinois, so a small farm town outside of Moline, Illinois. And if anybody knows what Moline, Illinois is famous for, that'd be John Deere tractors. And so my neighbor actually flew corporate for John Deere for several years, and he introduced me to aviation through his career path and got to tour me through the airplanes. And when I saw that corporate aircraft, I thought, oh my gosh, this is what I have to do for the rest of my life. I have to fly these airplanes. And so I started flying when I was 16 and 17 at our local airport, and then ended up going to Southern Illinois University down in Carbondale for school. Thought I was going to be a pilot, wanted to be a pilot. When I graduated, though, September 11th happened during my flight training process, so that slowed things down a little bit. And then when I graduated school, it was slightly difficult to get a flight job, so I transitioned over to airport management, airport operations, and have been at Appleton International Airport ever since.
So when you decided to make the switch, did a job at Appleton just pop up as you were just kind of keeping feelers out everywhere? Or?
No, heavens no. You know, when I got out of college, I thought, there was going to be a tremendous amount of jobs. People were just going to be offering, $40,000 and $50,000 jobs to us, and I ended up picking an internship here at Appleton, and I've been here ever since. So, the great thing about Appleton is I feel like I've almost done every job here, from covering the nighttime custodial shift to, you know, painting runways, mowing grass, and then certainly worked my way up to the airport director position. So it's been fun and interesting journey along the way.
So what realm was your internship in? Was it just a general airport internship, or was it specific to a department?
Yeah, I mean, it was general airport management internship. It was supposed to last 3 months. The airport director, when I arrived here, was very aggressive in his growth and development nature. And so my internship kept getting extended until, it became a full year internship. There was a position that opened up above me that I was able to kind of move into. It was the custodial and maintenance supervisor at the time. It's my first full-time official position in airport. So was in that for a couple of years. And as I said, things kind of progressed from there.
So you can definitely speak to the importance of trying to find internships, either in school or fresh out of school. I mean, that was obviously huge for your career. And I know that's something we really encourage and push amongst the EKU Aviation students.
I would agree. It allows you to come in and, dip your toe in the airport world to find out if this is what you really want to do. And if you find out you really want to do it, can gain some, great experience in many different facets of aviation. When you get to you work at a small airport like Appleton, you get to wear many, many, many different hats. You could be, operations, you could be maintenance, you could be, development, you could be, in administration, finance, all in one position.
Right.
Required where, you get to a bigger airport, you might be a little bit more siloed, and that is certainly what some people like to have in their career, more focused.
Right. So also, so I'm asking Abe all the questions right now, but if you all have any questions for Abe while we're talking, you can feel free to put them in the chat. And then we'll also set aside some time at the very end for specific Q&A, but anybody has any questions as Abe's kind of going through everything, feel free to go ahead and throw them in the chat. Kyle and I are keeping an eye on that, and we'll get those addressed. So, so specific to Appleton and getting your job there, was there a time that you realized once you got into the airport and we're moving up to the airport, that dream of flying was kind of something that you had officially hung up? Or at what point did you make that for sure transition?
I mean, if you want me to be honest, I was never really that good of a pilot anyway. Right. So I loved flying. I never really enjoyed flying straight and level. So I think it was like towards the latter part of my college career when we were doing some charter activities and charter operations and hauling passengers, and we were flying 2 to 3 hours straight and level. I was like, whoa, this is really boring. Maybe this just isn't for me. And that's when I recognized I needed to figure out some sort of transition. And luckily, at Southern Illinois, when you got a flight degree, they required you to get, your 4-year bachelor's degree in management. So I had that to kind of fall back on, and certainly use that, to blanket the industry with my resume as I was starting to come out of college, and lucky to wind up here.
So what is so special about Appleton? Like what's going on in Appleton for people that don't know?
So I would say the people, right? How good is that answer? I have been very lucky to work with some dedicated, passionate individuals and be able to build a team that just really loves our airport, loves our community, and we work very well together to grow our airport and support, economic development in the greater Fox Cities region. And so that's what I would say. That's like my political answer. But in reality, we have Gulfstream Aerospace here, the second largest site outside of their manufacturing plant in Savannah. So we get these beautiful corporate jets from all over the world coming into Appleton and landing here and getting maintenance, repair, overhaul. They get completed here. So if they're manufactured in Savannah, they'll fly up here a green skin primer, and they'll get final paint, final interior, all their avionics, and you'll see the test flights going on every day as they get to completion, which is really cool. Also, I think something that makes us unique is we host regional airline, Air Wisconsin Airlines, which flies exclusively right now for United Express. Their headquarters is here in Appleton. So like, that wall, on the other side of that wall is like the corporate, the executive offices for Air Wisconsin, which I think is really, really cool. Their dispatch and SOC, pilot training, and flight crews here, and plus they have a maintenance base here on airport. So that's always fun.
Yeah, so that's a big thing that hopefully some of the students can recognize. I didn't know about the Gulfstream thing. That's pretty cool. But yeah, Air Wisconsin, and that's a big message for anybody looking to get into airports too. If an airport exists, it's needed and it's necessary and it's part of a system and it's being supported by federal grants and by our federal ecosystem. So it's necessary and essential and important. So even if you don't know a ton about a community or an airport or may not think there's things going on there, believe me, there is. And we all have to abide by the same stuff, which keeps us incredibly busy. And sometimes even at these smaller airports like Appleton, and when I was in Lexington, like we stay maybe even a little busier than some of those large airports, which is a common misconception. Would you agree, Abe?
I would agree. I always wonder what the people at large airports do all day. No,
right? One job.
No,
no, I'm sure they're very busy too,
yes,
but
exactly.
we have to wear a ton of hats. So, so what is that? What's the relationship like with you all having Gulfstream and Air Wisconsin? What does that mean for you and what you have to keep front of mind and important to you day to day as you do your job?
So just breaking it down from a administration perspective and a growth perspective. So when you look at master planning your airport, you want to make sure that you take into account the needs of your tenants, right? And make sure that when you grow your airport, it's grown in a way that continues to support Gulfstream's growth, continues to support Air Wisconsin's growth. We do have a smaller FedEx site. It's nothing like Louisville and UPS, but we have a FedEx operation here, air operations. So we want to make sure that when we build new taxiways or plan ramp or plan runway work, that it's in line with what their goals and growth mission is as well. So from an operational perspective, when you get into like your runway repair or what happens for us, between the months of November to April, snow removal operations with somebody like FedEx or Gulfstream with their, forward-looking infrared, they can essentially land anytime, anywhere, any place. And so, when some of the air carriers might call off or cancel flights because of the weather, we still have to keep our crews out there and operating because those planes will drop in, from anywhere. So it's kind of an interesting side piece for us.
Yeah, definitely keeps you busy. So how about I think this is one of my favorite questions. Describe your absolute worst day in your job.
Well, I know, there's probably a couple. I mean, those days when you make a favorite worst day. Yeah, there's days you make a huge mistake and you have to live with the consequences of your huge mistake, right? I mean, I think I was somewhere in the operations realm here at Appleton. There was like two major issues that I've dealt with, and we were looking to do some generator maintenance, which is kind of a boring thing to talk about, but you have to shut down basically everything on the airport at night. So the one thing we were not aware of is that Air Wisconsin's their SOC operations area operates off of our generator. And so when we were shutting everything down and shutting our generator off, it killed their SOC for about 15 minutes, which, through better communication, we would have avoided this whole thing. But, we thought we were communicating with our tenants and we just hadn't, confirmed that everyone had gotten our memo and gotten our communications call. So I look like an idiot for, longer than normal, I guess I would say, that I hadn't communicated fully our plan. So that was probably a pretty bad day, lasting memory in the back of my mind.
So coming out of that, I guess you'd say you learned some improved communication.
Exactly.
I feel like I've learned that I realized how much tenants and everyone that we deal with appreciate information. They appreciate more information than less information. And even if it's not applicable information to them, they're just happy to know something, and be able to speak to it if they had to, but they probably won't have to. But
I thought, hey, they have a generator on site. It's bigger than ours. That their SOC's got to be tapped into that generator, right? Well, that's what you get for assuming.
That's what you for assuming. Yep. True story. Well, I do have one question, and this was one I was going to get to, but we'll go ahead and let Johnny ask this. And Johnny, actually, speaking about interns, was an intern for us here in Louisville. So Johnny wanted to know, what would you say is the largest contributor to your success?
So Johnny, I don't think I've ever been mistaken for being the smartest person in any room that I've walked into. So I think I've led with positive attitude and, being humble and just being persistent. One of my favorite quotes of all time came from the first airport director, and he probably stole it from somebody, but it's essentially, don't take the word no from somebody that doesn't have the authority to say yes. And what that means to me essentially is, when you start a new project, when you start out on a new venture, or you have a plan in place, there's going to be plenty of people that come to you and tell you why it can't be done, why you shouldn't do it, or, alternatives that are easier. And if you really believe in it, you can easily push through those people if you just keep moving along. And, I think we've accomplished a lot in our life or at our airport by having that attitude. Just, whether it be state officials that say, oh, you'll never get that funded, or local officials like, how are you going to fund that, or how you'll never get approvals for that. Well, we're not going to quit. We'll continue to talk to people until we find the people that say yes, or help us say yes. Or so I guess that would be my little pep talk for you guys. Never quit.
I like that quote a lot, and I can't wait to share that with Dan, because if he hasn't heard that, Dan Man is our executive director.
Yeah.
And he's joined us on several EKU virtual and in-person career days, but that 100% fits within his line of thinking. Don't take a no from somebody that doesn't have the authority to say yes. I like that a lot. He would very much appreciate that. His one of his favorite quotes is, find a way to yes. Not find a way to no, find a way to yes.
Right.
So that's awesome. So when you've been in positions now, starting a supervisor and working your way up, and you've had to hire people, tell me about, or think about, what would be like your most impressive interview you've ever had with someone. What did they do to just completely blow you away? What was it that stood out about them?
I think whenever we hire, it seems cliche, but we always look for attitude, right? And then, the old adage, you hire for attitude, you train for experience. Mm-hmm. There's certainly people out there in the world that when you sit down with them and you talk with them, you kind of just feel like this is the type of person, no matter what job or task or duty, responsibility they're given, they're going to be able to complete it and be able to complete it on their own. People that take initiative and follow through. That's kind of some of the traits and qualities that I want to surround myself with, right? Because those are the people that not only are they going to get the job done, but they're going to look for ways to improve, to innovate and make things better for you and for other people around you, for your airport and for your community. And that's when when we first started talking, I talked about passionate people. That's what my mindset is in regards to people that just love their job and want to improve their job, improve their community. That's, I guess, what I like. Those are the people I like to work with. Those are the people I want to hire. Those are the people I want to be around. Positive attitude, ready to go to work and get stuff done and change things, right?
Yeah, I know you and I both share the we want excited, passionate people, excited to be at the airport, because we're here every day and we still think it's the coolest place in the world to be. So, right. But we see it every day. So we're always looking for those people that are just like jaw on the floor the whole time. Because we feel like we're pretty close to that anyway. But we take a lot of our applicants out on the airfield, And that's really where we feel like we have a chance to see how they really feel and how they're really going to act. And we will pick the person time and time again that has their head out the window like a dog watching airplanes take off and land, like they've never seen an airplane before, versus the person that just stays in the truck and doesn't say much.
Certainly. I mean, we hire internship or an intern every single year for a full year. Most of the time they leave us in 9 months because they go on to a full-time positions at another airport, which we love. You know, our goal is to bring you in, get some work out of you, get you trained up, and then watch you kind of fly off to your career. And, time after time, you do see those individuals that are very excited, ready to go to work. And that's the one that you want to like clamp on and say, hey, please come to work for us. One of the most impressive interviews, I think we had we interviewed someone from the far south that had never seen snow before. And part of our internship is experience in snow removal operations. We said, what are you interested in driving big trucks and plowing snow? And they were like, oh my gosh, I would love that. And it was like, all right, you're in. Probably didn't know what they were getting themselves into, but certainly was ready to plow into it and take care of it. So that was really fun.
It was up to the challenge, like
yeah, exactly.
Almost like he did not expect for that to come out as a job duty. Like working at the airport, I get to drive a snowplow. That's sure. Awesome. Yeah. So we have another question from Adrian. So Adrian wants to know, what do you look for in a resume? That's a great question. Like what are your triggers when you're looking through a big stack of a bunch of resumes? What sets things apart?
So when I look at a college student, I like to see if they've had jobs in the past. Like for me, when a big indication that they're a hard worker is if they've had a couple of jobs on their resumes, or that they can show that they're into a couple of extracurricular activities. Some of the just, not that people that just have college experience are hard workers, but that was kind of an indication that you're doing more than just going to school. Do you have a job? Are you in extracurricular activities? Could be a fraternity, could be, something outside of work that you're interested in or passionate in, but something other than, just I went to school and then I came home and partook in the extra drinking activities. I mean, that was my favorite part.
Because we all did that.
But no, we also had a job too, so.
Yeah. No, I can echo that too.
Did you have a fun college job, Megan?
I had one fun college job. I worked at the Starbucks in our airport here in Louisville. Yeah. So when I came home between my freshman and sophomore years of college, which I only did once, I never came back home ever again, because you learn when you're in college and you go back to living with your parents that it's a lot different life. So I worked at the Starbucks in our airport just so I could get in the airport, and it was a lot of fun. So, but I would totally echo what you say about having different jobs. And it's not always about like aviation jobs for us. Like we are such a customer service heavy industry. And I feel like, especially coming from ops, and even especially at small airports too, when you're talking about air travel, air service, if you're nearby like a competitive airport, a competitive market that might have better fares than you, sometimes it's the experience that wins out. It's the convenience, and they want the experience, and it's going to be a more hometown, take care of you through the process, easy experience to fly, and they'd rather pay a premium for that. So that's all customer service, and we all get to be stewards of that. So I know I love to see just anything that comes from a customer service realm where you had to deal with the public regularly, even if it's not aviation. But I do love seeing when applicants are like, well, I didn't get the job that I necessarily was looking for, my dream job, but in the meantime I've done everything else in aviation, because we can use all that experience too. I can use the guy that went to fuel an airplane over here, and the gal that is taking reservations at the FBO or throwing bags, or all of that is great experience.
For sure. I mean, I think my college jobs I was a telemarketer for the university, raising money for the university fund.
You have a little headset and everything?
Yeah, I did. Hey, what's going on? Can you donate $400 to the school? And what was the other one? That was newspapers, the school newspaper, bagging the school newspapers, then dropping them off at the gas station, or at, putting them in the the newspaper holder. And I didn't.
That's awesome.
I didn't have to roll them up and like throw them on people's.
You say you didn't have to ride a bike and throw them?
No, I didn't do that. Just the big bundles.
Okay.
So that was at like middle of the night stuff.
So now that you've held so many different leveled roles in the airport structure, I mean, you've been at every level. What's your favorite? I mean, are you really happy being in the executive director role? And if so, what do you love about it?
This is the most fun, right? The thing I love most about the current position is just the challenge and then the change of pace. You talk about small airports, you're required to wear several different hats, and you have just a myriad of different topics that you're covering every single day. You go into work thinking you're going to talk about, business development, and you have a tenant call at 10 o'clock. You're going to talk about a lease, and something happens last night that completely changes your entire day. That's probably the most fun. Working with, developing our staff, to like galvanize a strong team to go out and help, our tenants grow, or to go out and talk with our airlines to, develop the air service here at our airport. That's extremely fun as well. For a small airport, you talk to the airlines, you may work on, adding a new route for 2 years, and providing different data sets to them and showing them that Appleton is a place that they want to invest their new their airplane. And then, so when you get that route or you have that success, and it's just like a large celebration because you've, been chipping away at that rock for 2 years. So.
And you had a pretty recent win too, didn't you?
Yeah, had a couple.
Yeah. When those were things you'd been working on for a while?
Yes. Yeah. So when Pat and I started together, so I started at the same time and then hired our marketing manager in 2013. So I've been here 7 years, and then we picked up a couple of new routes. And then in like the last 2 years, we've almost doubled our network. So it's been pretty good.
That's exciting.
Good run.
So you'd say, yeah, right?
Yeah.
So I'd say that's you're building quite the legacy. That would be a great legacy for you to leave. So Appleton is, you think, home for you for a while, or an executive director there, or?
I mean, I wouldn't say that, but right now, right now I'm happy because there's a lot of opportunity in front of us, and there's plenty of challenges every single day. And so until I get bored, let's say that, right?
So you still feel like there's a lot in front of you that you want to tackle.
There's a lot of opportunity to go out there and pursue. I'm not the type of person to want to put my feet up on the desk and relax. I like to cause a lot of stress on myself, I think, by trying to bite off too much of the apple and then trying to solve those problems I just caused for ourselves. And that's what's fun and interesting every day. And I still see a lot of that opportunity out there for us, whether it be business development or air service development growth.
Yeah, I feel like once you're head honcho, like you might get put into more situations than some of the others that are a little bit more insulated below you, from a political sense and what people believe the airport should be for and how it should operate. Do you deal with a lot of different people that are very important, that have important opinions, but maybe their opinions are inaccurate, and what is that education piece and that balance for you, and is that hard, or do you enjoy that? What's that like? I feel like it can be very stressful.
I would say that was probably one of the biggest transitions I had to make in my career, Megan, when I went from kind of the operations director here at the airport over to the airport director, because operations from my perspective was like mostly inward facing. How can you grow and run this airport and make sure that you comply with the TSA and the FAA and all other state and local regulations. And then when you got moved up to the airport director, it's like, okay, now I have to face outward, right? Continue with air service development, continue with business development, but mostly it's making sure that everyone outside of the airport, but still in your community, understands the value of that airport, right? And the economic impact that it can create. So it's, local officials, county, state officials, your federal officials, communicating with them, multiple times, a month to ensure that they want to continue to support your airport. And then, there's the businesses and the special interest groups that are, you constantly have to go out and have coffee or touch base with, do presentations in front of them to show like you should continue to fly local, and this is what your investment in our airport returns for the entire community. So that's a lot of fun as well. I like doing that stuff. I didn't think I would, but I've grown to love it over the last couple of years, and it just you're talking about the airport. We love the airport, so it's easy to communicate how much growth has happened, or the benefits of the airport. It's about but as I said, that was kind of one of the bigger transition points for my career.
That's an interesting perspective. The whole, and I totally agree with you. The ops were always, boots on the ground, doing everything here, and it's all about our bubble. And I can see in your role, you're carrying and spreading the what the airport's doing to the public and keeping that information out there to the important people that matter. So,
I mean, when you think about our airport, we're owned by Outagamie County, which is we're a department of the county. And so I have a county executive is my boss. I report to him. I also report to a 5-member board of Outagamie County. And then there's a 36-member total board that for special occasions, lease agreements, budget transfers that I have to go and present to as well. So, sometimes I say that I have like 37 different bosses, which can be
stressful.
But yeah, it can be stressful, but they're pretty good to me. I say they support the airport, they understand the importance, and they've treated me very well.
That's great. So since we're talking to a bunch of college students, if you could go back to old college senior Abe, what would you say to him? What kind of things would you tell him, knowing what you know now and ending up where you are? What would you tell him?
Well, I honestly thought I was going to come out of college and land like this $40,000 or $50,000 job, and I was just going to be set. I had a bachelor's degree, and hey, look at me, I've got a bachelor's degree. So I had to eat, a little humble pie there, straight out of school. I didn't have a job on graduation day. I had blanketed my resume out across essentially any airport that would take it. I had a couple of interviews, was never really picked up. So I went home and found I was working for like a realtor, and I was, painting houses and mowing grass to make houses prettier. I got a phone call from, Appleton Airport to come be the intern. And I was like, yep, I'll be there. How soon do you need me there? I'll be there tomorrow. Took this position, thought I was going to be, like in the management group and have an office. When I showed up here, they're like, see this mower? I need you to mow this grass out here, kid. So, I was never afraid to do hard work. I was never afraid to do whatever was needed. As I said, I covered the nighttime custodial shift, picked rocks on the, ramp and runway, and cleared FOD and painted runways, and all the while just enjoyed it and felt like it was part of the process, part of the journey. And it certainly, having a positive attitude kind of helped me get through that, because at times it was like, what am I doing here? I'm making like $12 an hour. I'm like getting my butt kicked and working multiple hours, probably 60, 70 hours a week, and is this going to go anywhere? And good thing is probably the hard work and the positive attitude paid off to kind of get me noticed by the management that was here to give me a full-time job. That I would say. And then just from a growth perspective, that certainly wasn't the end of it. After the bachelor's degree, working at the airport a couple of years, I'd gotten into AAAE, got the CM designation, went back to college, got my master's degree, then worked into the AAE. But still to this day, I still take college classes at our local technical college and local university. Just a lot of it has been either like Adobe Illustrator or some advanced Excel, to be able to better my skills on pivot tables or Power BI stuff, just to be able to analyze data a little better. But for me, I never really wasn't the biggest fan of actual high school or actual college classes, like the extracurricular activities a little more. But now I've enjoyed kind of the growth and learning, and so I try to stay with it a little more.
That is perfect advice. Is I feel like that is a common thing that when I talk to other young leaders in our industry, you hear that very similar mantra of nothing is beneath you. Take it all when you get it. It's all opportunity. It's all what you make of it. The expectation, it's funny when you come out of college, we're all like, we got a degree. It's great. Surely you need me. And it's like, you're one of a ton of people. So getting it, not to discount the importance of a college degree. It is there, but the experience is really where it's at. And all of it's good experience. Like we talked about already. It's all good experience, and nothing is too small. Nothing's not worth talking about. You can spin any experience you've had to make it something positive about yourself and what you're capable of and how you grew and what you accepted. And so I feel like I hear that a lot. So I think we're all pretty much on the same page when it comes to that. So
yeah, I would say don't be afraid to take whatever positions available. Don't be embarrassed about having a college degree and cleaning toilets at night, because I guess it worked out.
Right.
Just keep plugging along, and everything's going to work out fine for you. I mean,
yeah, no, I agree. And take every opportunity that comes to you. If you can avoid saying no, and it really will all pay off. It may not feel like it sometimes. You may have those days where you're like, why am I doing all of this? This is never going to end. But it will, and it will be short-lived, and you'll be noticed. And that's I think both we're very similar in the kind of teams that I'm trying to be a part of, and Dan is trying to build, and you're building at your airport, is that if everything goes wrong today, I leave my office and I might be working ops, and I might be doing airfield inspections, and I might be cleaning toilets. They had was it in Memphis airport a month or so ago, they lost all water in all of their public restrooms. And I think they actually had to shut down for a day, but and then the next day they were bringing in portable restrooms. They were having to escort people to different places to go to these portable restrooms. Like I was telling Dan and Daryl, if that had happened here, we'd all be the bucket brigade, carrying buckets of water just to keep it running. You just never know what you could be asked to do. And as long as you keep that attitude of nothing's beneath me, it's all opportunity, it's all good experience, that gets noticed, very much so.
For sure.
So great. Well, is there, I was going to open it up to some more Q&A. So we've gotten a few questions, but if anybody has any more questions for Abe, please let us know. But any other like nuggets or fun things or any cool things you want to talk about? Like anything that like is like just so awesome that's happened? I mean, great air service wins like you've talked about a little bit, but just anything that stands out as just being just an awesome day at Appleton or an awesome day in your job? Like,
I mean, for me, I think one of the best days was probably our first air service win as a new team. I took over as the airport director in 2013. We were starting to get out and talk with the airlines a little bit and finding out what made them tick and what, how we could present data to them to help understand the travel trends here in and outside of Appleton. We stumbled along to this migration data, and we presented that to Allegiant for the first time, and they're like, what kind of data is this? We've never seen this before. That was actually a pretty cool moment in our book, because that helped us secure new service to Tampa, new service to Fort Myers, showing that people from Wisconsin love to flock to the Gulf Coast of Florida during the wintertime, that snowbird theory. But we didn't have any data to really prove that. So we were showing migration, we were showing second home ownership. And the following year, we got the new Tampa service, and we got a little award from Allegiant, like best air service pitch. We got our picture with Maury Gallagher, the CEO, so there's like me standing there, like looking like a big dummy, but it was like such a fun moment. Like we worked our butt off, like with this data, trying to present it, because we thought, hey, this is the only thing out there that's going to be able to show like people really do migrate. They change address from Northeast Wisconsin down to Florida for 6 months at a time. And they do it more than other, Midwest states. And we really need a flight to be able to carry them there. And so it was, that was a really fun experience for us.
Did you have to use some unconventional sources? I mean, you said, mentioned second home ownership, but you had to use, other people in your community, other groups you had to reach out to in order to put all of that data together. I mean, I'm guessing it wasn't something that just came about that, you were able to run a quick report and get.
No, the best part about that data was it's free, right? So it was U.S. Census data, migration. It's a massive spreadsheet. And when we first started talking about snowbirds, I think I was on a golf course with one of the Allegiant execs down in Savannah at a conference, and he said, "You guys really just need to learn how to track snowbirds." And so, like, after that conference, I was just like Google searching snowbird activity, and then migration came up. So then I started Google searching migration, and then the U.S. Census data spreadsheet came up. I'm like, "Whoa, what is it?" I mean, it's a massive spreadsheet. I mean, it's like 80 meg for an Excel spreadsheet. It's just, incredibly large. And it's like 4 to 5 years worth of data, transfer in and out. And so we started just mapping that out. I used the gal from our local chamber to help me map that stuff out because I hadn't much experience in Adobe Illustrator or any of those mapping features that are out there. So she was helping me kind of heat map locations and then capturing the full numbers. Then when we presented it, it was like, at least to the people that at the time, in 2014, they're like, "Oh my gosh, we've never seen this before." And so it was really, really interesting. We presented it at like 4:30 p.m. at a conference. And by, 7 o'clock at night, when we were going for the dinner event, 3 or 4 of that airline's employees had come up to us and like, "Wow, where did you guys get that data? Can we get some of that off you?" I'm like, "Yeah, we can sell it to you." And you could go out to the census website and download it, which is kind of funny.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I can see how that would be incredibly rewarding.
Right.
Wow. I can see you and Pat being like, "Oh my gosh, that worked."
Pat's our marketing manager at Appleton Airport. He's like a partner in crime with me. So we go to conferences together and we have a lot of fun. Get out there, talk with the airlines, and it's
he's a cool guy. And I mean, we got to tell the story about the ice cream truck because I always ask about. I think that's just the funniest thing ever.
Yeah. So a couple of years ago, I think it's been 5 or 6 years ago, we had a 12-passenger van, I guess you'd call it. It has like the school bus door on it. So you open it, the school bus door, and it had actually a handicap chair lift on the back, and we use that as our emergency vehicle. Here in Appleton, if an aircraft became disabled out on the runway, we would go and pick them up. Well, 12 passengers is really too small, so we ended up buying a school bus, and a retired school bus to help, a 70-passenger vehicle to help with disabled regional jets. So we just had this bus lying around. I was like, we should serve ice cream out of it. So we ended up building a little bar. We took out the handicap chair lift in the back. We built like a little bar and put some freezers in it with a generator, and we take it around to community events or businesses, and we slang some ice cream out of it. So it's pretty impressive. The first year you'd call people and say, "Hey, we have this ice cream bus. Can we show up at your business?" And it was a way for us to come and talk to our business travelers and find out, where are they going to, what do they like about our airport, but more importantly, what do they dislike about our airport? Why do they drive down the road to Chicago O'Hare, or why do they drive down the road to Milwaukee, who is our greatest competitors? Try to alter our airport and provide the amenities that the customers need so that they stay in Appleton. And by the second year, people were calling us like, "Hey, can you bring that ice cream truck by again?" It was just a very quick success. Who knew, for 20 cents, for like a chocolate bar, you could get invited to some of the bigger corporations and learn all you need to learn about their business travel.
I just think that's one of the most unique marketing tactics I have ever heard an airport deploy. Because you're right, there's so many businesses where they host food trucks or things, at lunchtime and come in the parking lot. And
Sure.
What better way for you all to start a conversation about your airport and actually ask specifics to those businesses that matter. And you get that corporate travel, that's a huge support factor for air service.
Yeah, I mean, Appleton, Wisconsin, let's face it, isn't probably a destination most people are looking to go to. So our bread and butter has always been business travel mixed in there nicely with some Allegiant routes. So, that's where we were really targeting, going to our bigger businesses and finding out where they want to go, where they need to go, why they weren't flying out of our airport.
So saying that business travel has been something that's kind of your bread and butter, or your cheese, since you're in Wisconsin. How has COVID? How have you all have fared in COVID? Have you had to do anything creative with not having the business travel that we all don't have?
Yeah, so when we kind of got into the doldrums of COVID, March, April, at our low point, I think April 19th, we had like 19 people travel through our airport, which was kind of our low point in COVID. We had to quickly transition. The first was make sure the community understands that we're doing everything we can to keep them safe, right? And give them confidence that they can travel through our airport in a healthy and safe fashion. So we launched our own cleaning campaign like every other airport in the country did, like the airlines did. We got the cyanide misters and the foggers. We installed the air ionization in our HVAC. We got the automated floor scrubbers, which, we went out on a limb spending that money because we didn't have any money coming in, but that's what people needed to see. You had to put out your public relations message that the people that are traveling through our airport right now are not thrill seekers, and they're not people that are just, not complying with, the CDC or travel guides. A lot of people that were traveling at that time were traveling to answer the call of duty. They were healthcare professionals that were being relocated. They were service technicians that were going to fix, hospital equipment. We have a lot of manufacturing. We manufacture a lot of that equipment from here. And so we wanted to make sure that those people knew they could fly out of our airport safely. And then, after we had been locked down for a while, we very quickly learned that in our marketing and public relations messages, we had to transition from primarily business travel over to leisure and show that, we do have great connectivity to the main hubs. We have good nonstops on Allegiant. And so that has been our biggest transition, Megan, was, going from business over to leisure. And now we're starting to transition back to business because we're starting to see that business traveler come back, which is great. We need it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good. That's good that you guys were able to make that transition pretty flawlessly, and it has supported you all through the tough.
Well, I wouldn't say it was flawless, but we definitely transitioned.
You made it look easy.
Thank you.
So Adrian actually had another question. We talked a little bit about when you're talking about your path. You talked about you're always learning, you're always growing, and I think that is so cool that you still do college classes on Excel and Adobe. Like, I need to do that.
I love doing the college classes, and I love hosting interns because I feel like I'm always going to learn something from somebody that comes right out of college. I'm like, oh, how do you do A, B, or C? I'm trying to learn some kind of new skill off of them,
Right. Yeah, there you go. Stay engaged that way. So he wanted to know how about masters, like going back and getting your masters. You sounds like you made that decision a little later on in your career. How did you feel about that? And do you feel like it was necessary? And are you glad you made that decision? And what would you kind of advice would you give to people thinking they might go back to their masters?
I did my master's because I felt like I wanted to continue to grow in my career, and I thought that could be a piece that's going to help me in the future. For me, the master's program, through all of the different classes, I think my biggest takeaway was kind of the human resources piece. I felt like there was a lot of classes that helped me from that perspective of, just how to work and have a better understanding of people and develop people and talent, and ensure that you're building a collaborative team to achieve the goal. And I think that's probably one of the biggest takeaways I got from my master's program. Outside of there's finance classes and there's business management classes, but for me that was probably what helped me the most through the master's program.
But do you feel like it was
it certainly counts for the writing part of the AAA too. That's kind of
right. That's true. Yeah. So, so do you feel like you would still have experienced the same success you had if you did not go back for your master's?
I think it was help. I would say I'm glad I did it because I think it was very helpful.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's and definitely some benefit to the AAE, as you were saying. Anybody that is so anybody that's interested in AAE, if you've been involved in the student chapter at EKU, the American Association for Airport Executives, they've got an excellent student chapter there that's actually coming to visit me in Louisville on Monday. I'm really excited about that. And yeah, they the AAE chapter or the AAE organization, they offer great growth opportunities, learning opportunities through their certified member program. Learn all about airports and what we do. And then the ACE programs kind of get into each specific department or realm. And then we can move up to the AAE, the Accredited Airport Executive, which is something that's very recognized in our industry as you knowing your stuff, and it involves writing a research paper or a case study. But if you have a master's degree, then you meet part of that requirement. So it's makes it nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, well, Abe, any last thoughts or words for the students before we let you go?
One of the things that helped me throughout my career is finding a mentor, right? So if you know, first position, second position, whatever it might be, and as you grow, your mentor might change, but find somebody that you aspire to be and, you know, reach out to them. Don't be embarrassed if they say no either. You know, there's people that I thought, wow, that person really has it together. And you reach out and say, hey, I just want to learn off of you because I think you're doing a great job at what you'll be surprised at how many people will open up and tell you everything they know, tell you, you know, how they did it. And for me, that's always been extremely helpful. You know, I've reached out to Dan Mann. I've reached out to other airport directors and said, man, you really have something neat going on at your airport. How did you do that? You know, and people, you know, people want to talk to tell you what they did, especially if it's a success. And I think that has helped me several times along my career path, you know, whether it be a difficult project you're coming up to, you know, something that you've never experienced, or as you transition positions in your career, find somebody that did it really well and talk to them. And people, this industry, as far as I've experienced, people have been just more than willing to help out. And if I could ever help somebody out, don't hesitate to email, call, you know, tell you everything I know, which you might find is less than you want, but you know, people have certainly helped me out. So that would be one of my biggest piece of advice: find a mentor and or somebody that you feel you can learn from.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Megan, can I ask a question of both of you guys?
Sure.
Is that all right if we got a couple minutes? So
yeah.
So I'm the advisor for our aerospace management students, and I think one of the most frequent things I hear, which I have to admit, it was the same boat for me when I finished my undergrad, which is why I ultimately went to grad school, was I don't really know what I want to do. I love aviation. I may or may not want to be a pilot someday, and I just need help finding my path. And so I think a lot of our students, especially the ones who may come to aerospace management, I know we've got some watching that may have made that switch a little bit later in the game. Is all hope lost, or is there a path? And what are your suggestions to that crew who's trying to figure out what is it that I want to do for my career?
Go ahead, Abe.
Okay, so there's a couple of things you could probably do, Kyle. One, if you can capture an internship, right? We've had internships here that, you know, they came in, thought they wanted to be in management. After 2 or 3 months, they're like, I want to go back to flying. Great. You know, you're not going to waste our time or our money, right? If you really find out what you want to do and what you love to do, we're happy to help you and support you in any way that we can, get you to your desired career. Second, you know, if an internship might seem too long, what about just a job shadow? Reach out to your local airport or, you know, your flight school or an airline and call them up and make a few phone calls and see if you can't job shadow somebody that you think you might, or a position you think you might want to do, shadow them for a couple of days. It can be a big ask if they're really busy, or a time, so find out if there's a time they're less busy or a season that they're less busy. But ask them if you can go through and take a tour and find out a little bit more firsthand of what they do every single day. That would be my 2 suggestions.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with what Abe says. And I mean, you're right, Kyle. You come out of our program at EKU, and it's great because it's so well-rounded. You get a taste of a little bit of everything, but then it's also like, oh, everything seems fun. And for me, I think at the time I picked the path of least resistance, which was the first job I got. And we're fortunate that led to me getting into airport management. And I ended up loving it because I get to balance my love of people with my love of airplanes. And I don't think I would have been able to do that as well as a pilot. I really wanted to be a pilot too, or thought I did, but I think that this is much better suited to my personality, just like Abe is much better suited as being a steward of the airport and not in a cockpit all day. So yeah, like Abe was saying, like any of those, as we're going back to the resume and the experience, like if you are in a supported financial situation, and sometimes you find yourself in that during college, if you're still able to either live at home, save some money, and maybe the pay of the job is not as much of a live or die situation, use that time wisely, because that time does not always exist. And we'll be honest, some of those smaller jobs, or those entry level jobs, don't pay a lot in aviation. Some of the working at an FBO or working for an airline, it's really not until you get a chance to move up where you start to see that pay increase as something that you're going to want to live on. But use your time wisely if you are in a supported financial position during school. And also, like Abe said, they have you, Kyle. They have an advisor who has a lot of friends in low and high places. So if they came to talk to you and said, I'm interested in this and I'm interested in that, luckily, because you are so respected and known in our industry and in others, you've got connections everywhere. So students, listen to your faculty advisor, Professor K here, and ask him, and he knows a little bit of everybody. So he can absolutely help connect you with those people to do those job shadows like Abe was talking about, or even just have a phone conversation, Zoom conversation, just give you a little bit of an insight into what they go through from day to day. And that might be the make or break it decision piece that you need to hone in on what you really want to do.
I think that's awesome. You'd think we'd had that set up and
you kind of think, I know. Did you lob that one over to me? And I just...
you can tell we've known each other a long time. So, but I think that's awesome advice. And I just want to say to both of you, this is, it's been a frustrating, I think, year, especially for our students. And I know the sentiment coming into today for a lot of people, as recent as yesterday that I heard, the rumblings was, oh, great, another virtual, event. And I get it. I think we all do. We're all at that point. But at the same time, I think we have to take advantage of opportunities. And one of them is to be able to connect people all over the country, which is what we're doing today, in a lot of these different aviation career paths. So I think it's awesome, Abe, that we get to meet you and have spent some time with you. And of course, Megan, even though she's not that far away, it just makes it really easy to bring you guys in and have you accessible and share some wisdom with our students. So we really appreciate the time this morning. Megan, I know you've got a busy day, and Abe, I'm sure you do as well. So we just really appreciate you spending some time with us.
Thanks for having us, and thanks for Abe. Thank you for participating.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It was a lot of fun. Kyle, I'll send you my contact information, and if anybody has any follow-up questions, feel free to shoot them out.
Or needs an internship.
There you go.
Right. Love that. Always love that. Thank you, and we'll make sure we make that available. So you guys have a great weekend, and we appreciate it.
Thanks, Abe. Thanks, Kyle.
And for everybody else watching, we are now going to take a short break before our next session, and we will be back with that at 10:30. So we'll see everybody then. Thanks, guys. All right, welcome back, everybody, for our next session this morning. For those that are just joining us, a reminder for the BTS 400 students to make sure you're completing that form that accompanies the event and participating in all three of those events. And of course, the BTS 300 students as well, this can count for you. So we're going to switch gears from our last session, which was more focused on aerospace management, to now we have a couple gentlemen joining us from the flight side. And we're excited to have them both here. And starting off, I'm going to introduce John Fluhert, who is with Southwest Airlines, and he has brought another colleague of his along for this morning, Mr. Ted Orris. So with that, John, I will turn it over to you, and we really appreciate you both taking the time this morning.
How about now, Kyle? Loud and clear? Okay, happy to do it. Good morning, guys, and I will use the word guys for guys and girl guys. It's easier for me to do that while I'm discussing that, and that involves all the topics I'm covering. My name's John Fluhert. I recently retired from Southwest Airlines. I've invited my good friend Ted Orris, who also took the early retirement with me last summer. Ted is well known on the Instagram world. I will say, if you don't follow him and you're involved in aviation, you probably should. It's at Orris, Orris, Ted. And he's got nearly 4,000 people that follow him, and he does a lot of very good work mentoring prospective students. My background is military. Ted's is civilian. He went to Kent State and is involved with the program up there, also including having a scholarship. So at the end of the presentation, we'll both be happy to take questions from you regarding Southwest Airlines, aviation, interviewing. What I'm going to do is give you a little brief background about myself. Then I'm going to talk about Southwest Airlines. I'm going to use this as a recruiting opportunity. And then I'm going to talk about the 5 years I was involved with Southwest Airlines interviews and give you some pointers that you might find helpful as you head out into the aviation world and begin your own job search. So a brief background on myself. I'm a Navy trained pilot, went through flight school in the mid 80s, flew anti-submarine warfare airplanes for both the US Navy and the Royal Air Force. Got out, joined the reserves, flew C-130s for another dozen years. In the meantime, began my aviation career as a second officer with United Parcel Service in Louisville, not too far from you guys. Flew as a second officer at UPS on the 747 for about a year, and then got called by Southwest and offered a position there. So I went to work for Southwest in 1996, and I just retired last summer as a part of the early retirement program offered due to the COVID issues with all the airlines. So that's my background. My friend Ted is Kent State grad, flight instructed, went to work for US Air, flew for US Air for over a decade, was a captain there, got furloughed after 9/11, went and worked for Cessna Citation Solutions for a while, and then got hired by Southwest and came and worked for Southwest for another 15 years. So he's had a very interesting and remarkable aviation career as well. So that's a little bit of our backgrounds. Now to talk about Southwest and recruiting for Southwest Airlines. When I went to work there in 1996, we had 1,800 pilots. As of this week, we have 9,091 pilots at Southwest Airlines. So pretty remarkable growth over my 24 years at the airline. We are now serving well over 100 destinations. If you follow aviation news, which I hope you do, and you should, if you're not, you need to get on some kind of a aviation themed website so you can follow it. It is going to be your profession going forward. So you should know about everything that's going on in the world of commercial aviation. But we ordered 150 MAX airplanes at Southwest to be delivered between now and 2031. They are 150 or 100 firm orders for the MAX 7, and then 50 that are flexible. So depending on what the needs of the airline are at that time. So at Southwest, we typically hire between 10 and 12 pilots, depending on manning, depending on contractual obligations per airplane. So that's certainly, you're looking at well over 1,500 pilots, probably closer to 2,000 more pilots between now and 2021. And that's has nothing, does not take into account approximately 400 retirements a year. We had over 1,800 pilots take what it was known as an extended time off, and the company offered 1, 3, and 5 year, they call them EXTOs, EXTOs. And right now, as of last night, we just recalled 382 more pilots. So just in this last month, nearly 600 of the 1,800 have been recalled. And my expectation is all of them will be recalled in less than 2 years from last August when we began the extended time off. So things seem to be turning very favorably in the aviation business now. As you well know, we are desperately short of pilots. When I got off active duty in the military in the early 90s, American was furloughing, Delta was furloughing, and many of my friends were out of work for 3 years. I think COVID will be a much less significant event for aviation than that hard time. We are going to be desperately short of pilots, dispatchers, anybody who's working in aviation, A&P mechanics going forward. It's just the way of the world. So I think your timing is excellent. You avoided the rough couple of years, and I think you're going to be joining again in a very booming industry. A few more things about Southwest Airlines. Right now, the requirement is 2,500 hours of total time, 1,500 hours of turbine time, and a 4-year degree preferred. Also 1,000 hours of PIC preferred. Just remember, a 4-year degree, although not required, is extremely important for almost all airlines that are out there hiring, at least the majors. That will put you ahead in the against peers that are competitors that you may have that do not have a degree. So stick with your studies. That really is important. A few other things about Southwest. The leisure market is where at least our company believes is going to rebound first. And even in the short period since I retired, we've announced 15 new destinations. And almost all of them are places that you would consider leisure destinations: Savannah, Destin, Santa Barbara, Bozeman, Montana, Sarasota, Florida, Miami. Lots of exciting news with Southwest Airlines going forward. So my career at Southwest was flying the line for 16 years. Then I went in the office. I was the chief pilot in Orlando for 5 years, and then I went back to the line for my last 3 years before retiring last August. The 5 years I spent in the office we had a decision committee virtually every week to hire pilots. So for 5 years, once a week, I went through all the interview packages for applicants to Southwest Airlines that had passed the interview process. So they would, candidates would interview, and the hiring team would give us the names, the chief pilots, the names of all, and the interview notes for all the people that passed the interview. And then the chief pilots would get together and we would decide whether or not to offer job positions. So Southwest interview process is probably similar to all the airlines in that we have a, well, it was 2-on-1 interview with a person from our people department and a pilot. And those are asking the kind of questions about, tell us a story about X, you know, when you had a conflict in the cockpit, when you were involved in a difficult weather situation, when did you have a customer service issue? So those are pretty standard, and you can find those kind of questions out anywhere on the internet. But there's a 2-on-1 there. We do a logbook interview, and I would say just remember, no matter where you are, whoever you're talking to at that company can possibly affect whether or not you get offered a job. So that goes from the receptionist when you check in the morning to the person that's just reviewing your logbook notes. Just remember that those are all people that may impact how you, whether or not you get offered a position with the company. So a few pointers, and I know this, I'll start with basics, but I just want to touch all the subjects. Make sure you have a haircut when you show up for work, when you show up to interview. If you can't afford a nice suit, then you need to borrow a nice suit from a friend that's approximately your same size and shape. As silly as this sounds, you can find a very nice dress suit at a secondhand shop, a consignment shop, or even a Goodwill in a very nice neighborhood. So where you from, for those of you that are in Eastern Kentucky, I mean, you could certainly go to Lexington or Cincinnati or someplace like that. And you don't want your clothes to be part of the interview. The interview is you. You're not going to get hired or fired based on what you're wearing, or hired or not hired based on what you're wearing, but you just don't want it to be a distraction. You want the interview to be about you. So a conservative tie and a very plain shirt. I don't really care what color it is, but just a plain shirt, a nice suit, and a nice pair of what I would call church shoes, whatever you would, or work shoes, however you want to do that. So you want to feel good when you look in the mirror before you walk into the building to do your interview. So whatever your, whatever color you like, whatever makes you feel good, your power suit, your empowering thing, you want to have all the confidence in the world when you walk through the doors. Do not relax during your interview. Even if the guy's, the interviewer is joking around or whatever, I know this is going to sound crazy. Do not swear during your interview. It happens, and it is. I've never seen it be a positive on interview notes. So just keep that in mind. I know that sounds crazy, but it happens more frequently than you would think. Own your failures. All right. Everybody has failed a check ride at some point in their life. As long as you accept that the failure was on your part, even if you had a terrible examiner and you didn't like them and you didn't hit it off and they were having a bad day, nobody wants to hear it was the examiner's problem. You need to accept it, and it won't be held against you. It really won't be. Now, if you have multiple failures from multiple instructors, a variety of different stages in your career, well, that's never going to be reflect well. But as long as you go in there and say, I learned from this. I didn't study hard enough. I didn't prep long enough. I should have spent more time doing this. I went back studied 2 more days, retook the check ride, passed with flying colors, then that will be it really is a non-issue. So those are important things to remember. Again, sit up straight in your chair, good eye contact, have your stories not prepped, but have a variety of stories. If you're going to interview for an airline, you should have some kind of customer service story that you have from your aviation background. And it could be, if you're pumping gas, it doesn't matter, and you're servicing somebody's pumping gas at the airport, and you're servicing somebody's airplane, and they need something. Well, that's customer service experience. So it does not necessarily have to be an experience that was based on you as a pilot dealing with a paying customer. Please remember, and this is for the folks that are going to be airline pilots, this is your profession. So you're going to have opportunities on layovers, places to get in trouble. And I worked as a chief pilot for 5 years, and it doesn't matter if it's a new pilot or if it's an old pilot. There are plenty of opportunities to find yourself in trouble. So what I would tell you as a professional aviator, and remember, this is your profession, you probably shouldn't be up after midnight unless you're operating an airplane. So if you're flying for you're flying an all-nighter, either for a freight operator or a transcon coming back a West Coast to East Coast, that's perfectly fine. But if you're on a hotel on a layover, you probably should be in bed. I can only tell you, bad things happen after midnight on layovers. So just keep that in mind. I'm not trying to be doom and gloom here. I'm just going to say that's a recommendation on my part. So I'm going to look through here and see what other notes. Southwest does have a cadet program. It's called Destination 225. Right now, it's on hold. There are about 50 students or cadets going through the program right now. They're all out in Arizona. And the program is still tracking, but it's been on pause since COVID began, like many things. But it's a program that'll take you up through CFI, CFII, and then they have partnerships with a couple, let me see, my friend's son's in the program with ExoJet and JetLinks that will hire you on with 700 hours. So that's, if you have other friends that are thinking about getting involved in the industry, please, that weren't part of an aviation program, but are interested in flying. I know American, JetBlue, and Southwest all have cadet programs in process. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break now and see if Kyle has any questions that have come up while I've been rambling on. And I'm going to just glance through my notes to make sure there isn't something that I have forgotten to speak about.
Thanks, John. We do not have any questions in the chat just yet, but I will keep an eye on it.
Okay. Things that you want to do also is anything that can differentiate you for your interview. That means something that'll set you apart. If you get the opportunity to become a line check airman at your company, whether it's a regional or a Part 135, anything you can do to enhance it gives you another topic to speak about at an interview. If you have a chance to be on your company's interview team, if that's you get that opportunity, you certainly want to take that. If you get offered a management pilot position, I would highly recommend you do that. I found it very fascinating. The point of a chief pilot is mainly to support the pilots. So it's not to discipline them. That's obviously part of the job. It's a very small part, and it's really the worst part of the job. The majority of my time in the office working as a chief pilot was supporting the line pilots that are out there actually, doing the job every day. So it's very rewarding position to be in. That you'd be surprised at how much is going on in everybody's lives, whether it's with their parents or their siblings or their children or their wives, and how frequently you can help them out. So if you get the opportunity to become to work in management, I would recommend highly that you do that. Speaking of that, if you ever get in any problem, it's way easier to ask for forgiveness or explain it if you know your chief. So I recommend that when you become an airline pilot, if that is your goal, that you become familiar and friendly with the person that's in the office. It's amazing. Like I said, you don't expect things to come up in your life, and they do at the most inconvenient times. And having a good relationship with your chief pilot just makes that phone call a lot easier. So again, those are the notes I took prior to speaking to you today. But I want to see if any of you have questions for either me, or I may throw it over to my friend Ted to give him. He just spoke at a Kent State aviation forum. I don't want to put him on the spot, but we'll see if anything's come in. Kyle?
Yeah, thanks, John. Not just yet, but I do have one that I think we get asked quite a bit as the faculty
Sure.
and staff, which is for the students that are here, I'm progressing well in my flight training, I'm doing well in my classes. What else is there that I can do while I'm in school to help build that resume that may not be even related in some cases to flight or classes?
Absolutely. The core values of Southwest Airlines are servant's heart, fun-loving attitude, and warrior spirit. So if you can be involved in anything in your community, whether it's, again, I'll use an aviation example, but teaching aviation merit badge to a scout group, any kind of volunteerism. The companies now, all companies are looking for to broaden their reach by giving back to their communities. So we certainly at Southwest, that's a huge part of what we do. The Ronald McDonald House is our primary corporate benefactor from Southwest. So we support all the Ronald McDonald's houses. When I was working in the office, we would serve food there about once a month from the flight operations department, and all the chief's assistants and all my office staff would go and serve at the Ronald McDonald House. So it really is about walking the walk. So we look for people that are willing to give back to their communities. It's interesting. I saw that David Nealman, if you're not familiar with him, started at JetBlue and WestJet and Azul and TAM. Pretty remarkable guy, starting a brand new airline called Breeze. And, they say they want to be the nicest airline. Well, I think that any kind of community giving or whatever that you do would put you in good stead for interviewing at a company like Breeze that actually says that's what they want to be, the nicest airline.
Awesome. We did have another question come in from Josh, and he's asking about, or he's looking into potentially going into A&P school after graduation. And so he's asking, what are your thoughts on that route, or maybe that career path in general for students moving forward?
I got to be very friendly with our director of maintenance when I was in Orlando. We had a maintenance base there, and I used to see Dave all the time. We'd go to lunch. I'd tour the hangar facility. It is extremely impressive. The work that the A&P mechanics do at a major airline is the facilities. You're not in some dark, greasy old hangar. You are in. It looks like they're working on the space shuttle when you go into our maintenance facilities. And the contracts are wonderful. that you have, all the benefits, flight benefits that you have. Our mechanics at Southwest are able to ride in the cockpit jumpsuit. So, it's amazing that, there are a lot of perks to being an A&P mechanic. And, there's nothing better than pulling in with a broken airplane and leaving with a fully functioning airplane 30 minutes later, because you have a really great mechanic that comes out. He knows exactly what how to fix it and can turn the airplane around. It really is, it's a fantastic career.
Gotcha. Another one that I had, John, if you don't mind, is you touched on this a little bit with Southwest, but I think a lot of our students, at least when they first come into the program, they're really looking at dollar signs at the end of the road rather than a lot of the other elements of the job. And one of the things you touched on briefly was company culture. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of that in as students are kind of looking at where they might like to apply for their first position?
Thanks. That's actually something I wanted to talk about. And again, I have a friend that works for Emerald Coast. I think that's an interview prep company. If you're not familiar with them, I'm not shilling for them, but what I'm going to say is that he talks to people, and I know that Ted would agree with me on this. Know where you want to live. I mean, obviously you want to search out a company that you want to work for, but if you want to live in I don't know, Wyoming, and the only place you're interviewing is with American Airlines, that's not going to work out well for you. Well, it's not going to work out well for you unless I guess you can drive down to Denver. I'm trying to find an off the wall place. But, again, speaking as a rep for Southwest Airlines, we have 11 pilot domiciles. So if you want to live in a big city, you can live in Los Angeles, you can live in Atlanta, you can live in Chicago. If you want to live in a tax-free state, you can live in Las Vegas, or you can live in Orlando, where we have bases, or Dallas or Houston, other big cities. If you like the mountains, we have Denver. So the ability to live where you work is huge. There are a million cliches out there about being an airline pilot. One of them is one of my favorite ones is commuting makes a great job a really average job. So you should target places that if you know you're never going to want to live in New York City or whatever, well, then kind of stay away from airlines that have huge junior bases in New York City. But you do not want, I would just highly recommend for lowering your stress, giving you more time off, giving you more opportunities to make money, giving you opportunity to stand reserve, as opposed to what we call bidding a hard line, a hard schedule, is living in domicile. So if you went to work for FedEx or UPS, I'd plan on moving to Memphis or Louisville. I mean, that's where their primary bases are. That's where all their training is done. That's not to say that you can't, and I'm sure there are people on here who have dads that fly for FedEx and they live in some place that's not either of those destinations, that don't live in Memphis or UPS, and they don't live in Louisville. I'm just going to tell you that it makes your life significantly easier to live in your domicile. So, your first job, wherever that happens to be, and if it's New York City, well, then enjoy your time in New York. But eventually. You need to target an airline that has a base where you would like to live. It just will make your career that much easier. And if you're chasing dollar signs, it'll make it that much. You'll spend a lot less money on hotel rooms and eating at airports. And like I said, your ability to make additional money living in domicile cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, I think those are some pretty good points. I want to switch gears just a little bit if we can, and Ted, this might be good to bring you in on as well from more of an advising standpoint. But can you both kind of touch on, for current students, regardless of if they're freshmen or seniors, some of the soft skills that they can really be working on now, even though they may not be ready to even be close to an interview yet? but some of the soft skills that they can kind of be perfecting in just their day-to-day, either showing up for classes or if they have an internship or a part-time job or something that will ultimately translate into their first full-time position.
I'm just waiting for my clock to stop bonging there, Kyle. I don't know if you can hear in the background or not, but it was
nice,
11.
Ambient little.
Yeah,
there
were. Again, and Ted, you can jump in anytime without hurting my feelings. But I would say that show up on time, no matter what your job is. And right now, being a student is your job. So be on time for your classes. The one thing the airlines will not tolerate is somebody who is late. I mean, that's you're talking about a multi-million-dollar operation, and if you're flying into a hub and the aircraft is late strictly because of you, it can affect thousands of passengers on down line, or if you're in a freight operation, tens of thousands of dollars worth of packages being delayed. So being on time, look the part. Again, you are getting ready to be an airline professional. So that's, shave, keep yourself well groomed. If you're not in great shape, stay in shape. And it's stay in shape because you need to keep your first class medical. I mean, that's a big part of being an airline pilot is certainly as a captain, every 6 months you have to go see the doc. And so, just having, like I said, having spent 5 years in the office dealing with a lot of pilots that have lost their medicals, it's really, it's hard on somebody when they're told that by the doc that they can't continue to fly because they have high blood pressure or diabetes or something that was possibly could have been avoided had they maintained maybe a healthier lifestyle. Again, I cannot overemphasize the fact that when you are flying professionally for a living, that it needs to be this is your job, this is your profession. Whatever you do on your days off, if you want to stay up late or party or whatever it is that you do on your days off, that's fine. When you're working, when you're on the road, you're on the road. And the clock runs for 24 hours. Even when you're in the hotel on a layover, you're still getting paid by the company, and they expect you to behave appropriately. And we've all seen the movies and the TV shows about it's a wild and crazy lifestyle, or it can be. Well, those days are long since past. I can assure you that that's not the way the airline industry is now, and it can't be. It's just not tolerated. So that's a way to get yourself in trouble is by just not being a professional airline or being a professional. So other soft skills, anytime you get a chance to present in front of a class, you need to do that because it'll help you when you are interviewing. So any opportunity at public speaking, I don't care if it's at a boys club or a girls club, a scout meeting, whatever, if you can get up in front of people and speak to them publicly, and I think that's one of the top fears people have is public speaking, is you need to take that opportunity. It will pay you back 1,000,000 times over the course of your life. Certainly at job interviews, the ability to articulate, speak confidently, no waver in your voice is something that you need to practice. And especially if you don't like to do it, you need to take every opportunity you can. Those are my thoughts.
I'll just throw something in there if I can. For the students who are in college right now, I think it's important that you look at your own study skills because going forward in this business, you're never going to stop learning. You're always going to be studying. You're always going to be tested. There's probably lots of kids that do their all-night cram session before a test. That's not a good idea in aviation before you're going to go into the simulator. The typical training events that happen each year at Southwest Airlines are 3 or 4 days long. So you're going to have a 4-hour sim session. You're going to have an oral before that and whatnot. You don't want to stay up the whole night before, just finally trying to decide, what things are going to be important, what questions I should look at, what limitations I need to know. And what I used to do in the old days, this is before smartphones and apps and stuff, I had index cards and I'd just be like quizzing myself, and I'd start a month or 2 months before my check ride was coming up. And that's not something I did in college. And I realized that I did pretty well in school when I was at Kent State, but I could have done so much better if I would have studied the way I studied for my airline job. So that's something that you can look at as students, is how you prepare yourself for examinations and whatnot, because going forward, you're going to be doing it for the next 30 or 40 years.
Yeah, I think that's really good advice, and something we try to hammer home in a lot of our classes is that this classroom environment you're in, while it will be certainly a little bit different, is an environment that you're going to need to be comfortable with, right? At least for the foreseeable future, because it's one of those industries in all facets, not just in flight, but any area that you're going to have to continue learning, because there is so much that changes all the time.
Even flying at Southwest Airlines, where we only had one type of aircraft, I started off flying the 200, 300, 500, and ended up flying the 700, 800, and max. So the technology changes, new equipment's added, new procedures are put in place. I can't emphasize enough what Ted said. We all we all learn as we get older, and I wish my study habits were as good as Ted said in college as they were prepping for my 737 type rating. So good study habits now will obviously pay off going forward.
Yeah, I think that's great advice. We did have another question come in from Ed, and this one's asking more about interviewing. And he's specifically asking about what are some of those maybe non-aviation specific questions that you can think about ahead of time. So in my mind, I'm thinking more along the lines of the generic HR stuff, maybe some of the scenario-based or teamwork type questions that you might advise students to kind of prepare for or think about as they head into an interview.
Yeah, anything that you, we like to say, make them we stories, not me stories. Okay, so so it's about a time that your group succeeded, and I don't care if it's your Boy Scout troop or if it's your, in the military, it's your squadron or whatever, but succeeded because the team did well, not just because you happen to be the hero of that event. So just think about it in those terms. You need to be confident. You need to be able to explain to people how you were part of the success. But the success should be a focus on stories where the team succeeded, not just you as an individual succeeded. That would be a point for me to emphasize.
Something that I would say, and had I answered this question properly, I might have been retiring from FedEx instead of Southwest Airlines. But sometimes they'll ask a question that's sort of broad-based, like, tell us what your best quality is. Or the one that's really difficult is, what's your worst fault, or something like that. How do you go to an interview and explain to somebody sitting across the table from you what's wrong with you? It's just a difficult thing. And I'll just spill my guts here on this one. This was a long time ago. This was about 1988. It was actually Flying Tigers, before FedEx merged Flying Tigers into their operation. And they asked me, like, what's your worst quality or your biggest fault? And I had to think about it, because I don't think I have any huge things, but I know that I do have an issue with my temper. They do not want to hear that. But as soon as I did that, I saw the lady's eyebrow pop up, and I went, I'm done. That was it. So try to think of something that is, I mean, people tend to take something like, I'll say now, like, well, I'm a perfectionist. I just want everything done exactly right, and I get mad at myself when I don't do everything right. And I actually got a response once saying, well, that's a pretty standard answer. So apparently people are coming up with that type of thing, but that's a difficult question to answer, especially if you're not expecting it. So I don't know what to tell you the answer is. Maybe you can Google how to answer that question, but that's a tough one.
I think, and John actually touched on it a little before too, but it's almost like walking a little bit of a tightrope with a question like that, because you don't want to maybe turn your cards all the way over, but at the same time, you have to kind of, sing the right tune of what the audience is wanting to hear. In that case, whoever's interviewing you. So it may be somewhat of a scripted response, and I think, John, that's what you were touching on, is you don't want to maybe memorize your whole, interview prep, but at the same time, you do want to maybe have some ideas, so if something like that does come across, that you at least have an idea of where I'm going to go with this.
And Ted's right. Those broad-based questions are the really most difficult ones. And I was asked at an interview, and it was, what are you most proud of? And I, completely locked up. I was like, I will have to come back to that. The broad-based questions are very difficult. There's no, like I said, there's no story there. So I'm guessing that there must be help on the internet or books on that subject that talk about those kind of things. But those are, pilots love to talk about, oh, there I was, it was dark, it was snowing, it was whatever. Those kind of stories are easy to tell. Like I said, tell us what you're not good at. Tell us what you're most proud of. Those are much more difficult questions to answer for a pilot.
And John, I know in my previous path, when interviewing, or my previous career in interviewing students, especially for internship positions, it was very apparent to us the students who had done that prep versus the ones who had not. Is that something you would echo too? You can always tell who has prepared for an interview versus who maybe hasn't taken the time.
Yeah, and that's if you don't want it to come across as that you are prepped, you want it to come across that you are prepared. So when the company would ask, when an interviewer would ask somebody, did you prep for this interview? If they said, oh yeah, I spent $1,000 going to Emerald Coast, that would immediately turn off the interviewers. Mm-hmm. But what I would tell people prior to interviewing, I said, if you did interview prep, you absolutely, it goes back to that owning it. You say, absolutely, I prepped. I want this job more than anything in the world. So I did not want to leave any stone unturned. So of course I did. I practiced with my brother. I practiced with my answers with my roommate. Of course I did, because I desperately want this job. But I'm here to tell you who I am, not to just give you a canned answer. So, that's, I would stress that you do that. Again, you will hear this over and over again. The bottom line at an interview for an airline pilot is the person that's sitting across the desk wants to know whether or not they're comfortable spending the next X number of days sitting 18 inches away from you in the cockpit of an airplane. So show that you have a sense of humor, but not an, off-color sense of humor, but laugh at yourself. Boy, let me tell you about this time I made this big mistake or whatever, those kind of stories are fine. So they want to see you smile. They want to know that you're engaging. They want to know that you have a personality, because honestly, you're going to be sitting 18 inches across the cockpit for that person, 10, 12 hours a day. And they don't want a robot. They don't want somebody who's just going to spit out a canned response. And that's what I would also tell you. When you do these interview preps, they give you all these, you get this great story, and then the company or interviewer will ask you a question that's not quite, your story isn't quite the answer to that question, but you've worked so hard on this story that you want to get it out there. And so you don't even answer the question, you just get your story out there, and the interviewer's like, wow, you didn't even answer the question I asked. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah, I think, again, really, really good advice. I tell students a lot of times there's kind of three pieces to the puzzle, especially on the flight side. Everyone who graduates on the flight side, going through a program like ours, is going to have the degree piece, and they're going to have the flight time piece. So it's that extra stuff that's going to potentially set you apart when you're in those conversations that you were just describing. It's all of those other skills that are going to make you or show off that you're personable and a team player, and all of those soft skills that you've covered quite a bit. So if we can, for both of you, we've got about 15 minutes left. So the students that are on, if you have additional questions, now is the time for these two gentlemen, if you want to put those in the chat. But I wondered if we can switch gears just a little bit for our remaining time. Because it's been such a rough year and a half, and I think a lot of our students and, in fact, programs all across the country are dealing with some, issues of maybe students not feeling like, because of the state of the industry right now, that this is not the career path for them, or there may not be that job that they've always dreamed of on the other side. And we're trying to do whatever we can to help expose them to different career paths and different options, and try to reassure them that there is light on the other side. And as you mentioned at the beginning in your intro, John, I think we're rapidly moving in that direction. But can I ask both of you a very elementary question, but what is it about your jobs or in aviation in general that really has kept you in it this long, that kind of keeps you motivated day to day?
Why don't you take that, Ted?
All right. Well, so I graduated from college in 1983. All I wanted to do as a kid was fly. I had an uncle who flew in the 50s, my Uncle Ted, the guy I'm named after, and he told me I can't be an airline pilot because I have glasses. So I went to college anyway. I got all my ratings, and I'm graduating from college, and I'm thinking, what am I going to do? I can't be an airline pilot. Uncle Ted said so. So I tried to get into the Air Force, and I flunked the physical on my eyesight there too. And I thought, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? So I just kept plugging along because it's the only thing that I wanted to do. So fast forward a few years, I was a chief instructor at Kent State and did some check rides and stuff. Got hired at a regional, was there for 2 years. Got on at US Air, was there for 14 years. And I got furloughed in 2003 as a result of the terrorist attacks of 9/11. So it took about 18 months for them to get to me, but I lost my job after a total investment of 16 years with US Air. And so I thought, all right, I'm done with this industry. I'm going to study. I'm going to take the GMAT. I'm going to get a master's in business. I'm going to go out and do something else. I got the book. I started studying. And after about 2 hours, I threw it away and I said, I don't want to do that. The only thing I wanted to do was fly. And that's probably one of the things that will come across at an interview if they ask you a question like, why did you decide to become a pilot? And for most people, because of the stuff that you have to deal with in this industry, pun intended, all the ups and downs and things that you experience, you have to just have a passion for it. And I can't explain it other than it's just something that's in me. It's just something I always wanted to do. So it makes it easier to deal with the downside. John was talking about how the industry was kind of in the tank in the early 1990s. I was furloughed from US Air in 1991 as well. It was only for a few months, and I was still teaching part-time at Kent State. So I just stayed there full-time until I was recalled again. But then they didn't hire pilots for another 9 years. I was stuck in the bottom 300 pilots of that airline until like 1999. And then I got suddenly upgraded to captain. So I went from barely able to hold my job to moving over to the left seat. So it's just a lot of this, and you just have to be willing to accept it. The one thing I would say is don't get yourself in trouble when you finally get a job that pays well. Don't spend all your money. Try to live on your first officer paycheck if you can, just so you're in a better position to ride out some of the downturns in the industry, because it will happen. It's very cyclical. I think way back in the 60s, I heard that airlines were so short of pilots, they were actually going to colleges and saying, if you agree to come work for TWA, we'll pay for your flight fees or something like that. And then in the 70s, they're furloughing. In the 80s, all these airlines popped up after deregulation. In the 90s, everyone's furloughing again. And when you could get a job, you had to pay for your training if you wanted to get to an airline. A few years ago, before the COVID hit, if a regional got you to agree to come work for them, they would give you like a $50,000 bonus. So again, it's ups and downs, and you just got to be willing to ride it out. But if you really love aviation, you just are able to do it. You're able to find a way to put up with it.
Yep. John, anything from you on that one?
Yeah, it is the most wonderful thing in the world to be paid to do something you love. I don't know how to explain it other than that. my buddy said, whistle on your way to work, and that's how I would feel. Walking around a ramp, a dead quiet ramp in the morning as the sun is coming up pre-flight in the airplane. If that's not something that you love doing, then maybe you're in the wrong business. But like Ted, I was building model airplanes and hanging them from my ceiling as a kid growing up. Now, I will say that I've flown with guys that they said they were in college and didn't know anything about it until their buddies in the aviation program said, "Hey, what are you going to do after school?" And he goes, "I had no idea." And they were like, "Well, why don't you come over and start flying with us?" And ended up turning out that they loved aviation as much as I did. It just didn't happen. The light didn't come on until later in their career. But if you're coming after it, hey, I just want a bunch of days off and a lot of money. I'm not sure, as you're going to see it, there are going to be downturns in this industry. We're going to have a huge bounce back, I think, post-COVID. I think all the hiring is going to go great guns. But, I don't know what the next, quote, black swan event will be. Is it going to be a terrorist attack? Is it going to be another illness? Who knows? But there will be a downturn. There's no doubt. There always has been.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I've admired about a lot of especially our upperclassmen students through all of this, because they're the ones who are kind of at the finish line, and even the ones who graduated, right as the pandemic was starting, that, basically had everything lined up, they were ready to go, and then all of a sudden, things started kind of spiraling down. But one of the things that I've admired about that is that passion that they seem to have, at least the ones who really want it, and they're willing to continue work, and especially the ones who wake up in the morning, as I forget one of you said earlier, basically, that's okay. There's one obstacle in my way, but I can get by that, and let's move on to the next thing, rather than giving up at that point, based on how much they've invested both in time and finances to get to the point they're at. So I think that is somewhat reassuring to hear that from you guys, that you've been through this, especially Ted's story, where you've been through this multiple times, and you've seen it, and you continue to remain in the industry and seem pretty optimistic about it too. So
when I got out off active duty in the Navy in the early 90s, nobody was hiring, and I spoke to a FedEx pilot that told me, look for a different career. That was his career. I said, hey, what kind of career advice can you give me? He goes, I'd look for a different career. Now, he had come from Eastern Airlines and had been, Eastern went out of business, and he had gone to FedEx, and I couldn't imagine looking for a different career. So you will have people that'll tell you that at some point, you're too old to do this, or don't believe them. You will find a job in aviation. I can assure you of that. It may not be the perfect job, and don't know how long it'll last, but you will stick to it. If I had listened to that guy and gone and done something like Ted said, got involved in some other business, I doubt that I would ever have been as passionate about it as I am about flying. And at the end of the day, I am retired after 24 years with a great airline, and I can't say I love every minute of it, but I love the vast majority of the time that I was flying as an active airline pilot.
Yeah, that's great. Well, guys, we've got about 5 or 6 minutes left. So if you don't mind, why don't we just kind of do a little bit of a wrap up? Do you have any parting words of wisdom or final thoughts for the students that are watching today?
Ted?
Well, going back just a little bit when we were talking about the interview process, and John mentioned something about, your interview doesn't just start at the time you sit down at the table. It starts with everyone you deal with along the way, including the flight attendants on the airplane if you're flying out and whatnot. People are looking. They may not be specifically tasked to report on you, but if you do something that's bad or, let's say, particularly good, it may get back to the airline. And in my particular case, I don't know if this helped me or not, but on the way home from my interview at Southwest, I was sitting next to a really nervous flyer, and we were going around some thunderstorms and whatnot, and I was explaining to him that airplanes can handle, he was worried about getting hit by lightning. I was explaining to him how it's not a big deal and whatnot. Anyway, he ends up going to the back of the airplane and talking to the flight attendant. The flight attendant comes back here I still wonder if it was not a setup, but if that information somehow got back to the airline, because it's just one more thing that you do customer service wise. If somebody has questions, you try to help them out. If somebody's a nervous flyer, take them up to the cockpit, explain how things work. Sometimes people just like to see the face of somebody. So when you're walking through the airport, if you're on your cell phone having an argument with your other half, screaming on the phone or something, but you're in uniform, just remember that you're always representing the airline. Even on your days off when you're traveling as what we call a non-revenue passenger, you're always representing the airline. So just keep that in mind, because sometimes little things like that can help you, or they can come back to bite you.
Yeah, I think that's really good advice. John?
Yeah, I read once upon a time, on your way to your interview, engage with the crew and read the Seatback magazine, because the CEO of Gary Kelly always has a letter about Southwest Airlines in the magazine. I'm sure Bastian at Delta does. Any of the airline CEOs, they love to write a little letter about their company. And that's just, I always say, read that, and maybe it comes up in your interview, and maybe it doesn't. You say, oh God, I was on the flight yesterday and I had a great conversation with the captain when I got on board. He was very excited and enthusiastic about me coming to interview for the company. And then I sat in the back and I read, I read Gary Kelly's part about the 10 new destinations that we're going to. And it shows, that's, you're building a story for the interview team. And hopefully you're genuinely interested about the airline you're going to work for. I will say this, whichever airline you're interviewing for, that needs to be the airline that you want to work for most. So when you are at that interview, even if you always wanted to work for Delta and you're interviewing at United, or you always wanted to work for Southwest and you're interviewing at American, that company that you're interviewing with that day needs to be your number one most favorite airline in the world. And it can be no hesitation on that when you're doing your interview.
Yeah, and I'll throw in a lot of the kids I talk to that are via Instagram. One guy will say, well, I'm going to work for Delta. And I said, all right, that's good to have a goal to work for Delta, but Delta may not want you to work for them. Let's just say the opportunity didn't come up, or you didn't do well in the interview. You do need to treat whatever opportunity you have as a golden opportunity, because it might be the only one that you get. You might have 10 airlines trying to get you to come there, or you might just have one. So don't just kind of go to an interview and think, well, if I get it, I get it. You need to try for each job that you get, so you actually have some options. But again, I think I over the years I've interviewed probably at 8 places. I got hired at 4 and not hired at 4. Don't know why. I'm the same person, but different airlines are looking for different things, so you just never know.
Yeah, very true. Ted, you snuck in there your Instagram, and John was telling me before you hopped on about your Instagram followership. So can you give us your Instagram handle? Maybe we can get you a couple more today.
Yeah, I see about picked up about a dozen there at the beginning of this. It's just Orris Ted. So it's my name backwards. ORRISTED.
Awesome. There you go. So check him out on Instagram. We did have one question, if you guys are available for just another minute here. I know we're kind of at time, but we did have one come in from Ken, and he asked specifically, were there any challenges, or could you offer any advice to someone transitioning from a military career to a civilian career in aviation?
I will absolutely can talk about that. A lot of times and I'm a former military pilot, so at the interview, the odds are just as likely that you'll have an all civilian person interviewing it as a military person. So you really need to steer clear of acronyms and military jargon when you are interviewing. Don't speak down to the person that's interviewing, but You don't need to be talking about an AMRAAM or whatever. You know, you don't need to be talking about a military thing just with the expectation that they'll understand that that's what you're talking about. You also, you know, you don't want to come across as too stiff and too rigid. Again, if you've been in charge in the military, you've been in charge of people. Sometimes you expect when you order them for them to jump, you know, and it's not that way in civilian aviation. You know, it's much more of a team concept. So just keep that in mind when you go into the interview, is that the person is high percentage that they have never spent a day in the military, and they can be a bit intimidated, especially if you use a lot of jargon.
Mm-hmm. Good deal. All right, well, Ken, thank you for the question. Thanks to everybody who asked the questions. And gentlemen, a special thanks to both of you for spending some time with us today. I told the speakers we had our first session on airports that, you know, unfortunately, we typically do this event in person, and it's a big kind of drawn out career fair with tables and guest speakers and exhibitors and all kinds of stuff. But one of the advantages, if we can look on the brighter side of this situation we're in, is the ability to have folks from all over the country join us in a very accessible way for not only us, but you know, for you guys, I mean, but for the students as well. And so we really appreciate you taking some time out of your day to share your insights with us. I think it was great advice, and we really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Happy to participate, Kyle, and it's a wonderful industry. It really is.
Couldn't agree more. So John, Ted, thank you both. I hope you have a great weekend to both of you. And for the students that are on, our next session is going to start at noon, and that will be a kind of roundtable Q&A with our air traffic controllers up at Bluegrass Airport in Lexington. And so be prepared with some questions for that, and we will see everybody at noon.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ted. All right, we want to welcome everybody back for our first session of now, I guess it's the afternoon. Really excited to have a couple of controllers from right up the street from Lexington. We have Miss Ellie Bermudez and Mr. Matt Daw here joining us. They're ATC specialists from the FAA Control Tower up in Lexington. Just a couple quick reminders as we start this session for the students that may just be hopping on. If you're in BTS 400, make sure you're completing the online form that goes with the presentations today. That's available on our website with the full schedule. And of course, if you're in BTS 300, you can use this as an event or one of your 2 required events for that credit as well. And I know I was just talking with both of our guests for this next session. We hope that this is an interactive presentation for sure for the students that are tuning in, especially those on the flight side or those that have an interest in air traffic control. Please use the chat starting right now. You can ask questions, and we will do our best to get to as absolutely many of them as we can throughout. So with that, I will turn it over to Matt and Ellie. Thank you guys a lot for taking the time to join us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate it. First off, I'd like to say thank you to Eastern Kentucky University for hosting the event today. I'd also like to thank our staff support specialist, Tim Brooks, for organizing our participation in the event, as well as our air traffic manager, Mike Britton, for his accommodating of the request and the schedule to allow it. So with that, I'll start off. My name is Matt Dahl here. I'm an operations supervisor at the Lexington Air Traffic Control Tower. I was first introduced to air traffic control while serving the United States Navy. After I got out of the Navy, I applied with the FAA and I got hired, and I began my career at the Cincinnati Northern Kentucky Airport in Erlanger. I worked there for about 3 years, and then I transferred to Memphis, Tennessee, where I worked at the Memphis Air Traffic Control Tower. While in Memphis, a good portion of my time was spent working on the FedEx Midnight operation. In 2017, FedEx was the world's largest airline in terms of freight tons moved, as well as the world's 9th largest in terms of fleet size. So for anybody out there that's looking to get their pilot's license, that's definitely something to keep in mind. I worked in Memphis for about 3 years before I transferred to Lexington. And I worked here in Lexington as an air traffic control specialist for about 4.5 years before being promoted to my current role about 2.5 years ago. All in all, I've been in the FAA now for about 13.5 years, and then 7 years Navy prior to that. Today with me, joining me is my coworker, Abe Bermudez. She's an air traffic control specialist at Lexington. Her career path and mine are a little bit different. So at this moment, I'd like to let her introduce herself and tell a little bit about her and her experiences.
Thanks, Matt. And good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Alida Bermudez, Ellie. I was introduced to air traffic while serving in the military as well. However, I was in the Air Force. I separated from the Air Force back in 2008. There was a hiring freeze at the time. So I didn't get on quite as quickly as Matt did, but I did manage to work overseas for a little bit. I worked in Iraq for about 1.5 years and then Afghanistan for another 3 years. DOD work brought me home to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, where I worked for almost 2 years. And then I transferred into the FAA and Lexington Air Traffic Control Tower here in Lexington. I've been here for 4 years now. And I look forward to answering anybody's questions.
Awesome. Like I said, we're grateful to have both of you here, and we really appreciate you taking the time. Can we start off with kind of a little bit more of the career track? Can you tell for those students, and like I was telling both of them before, we have a few students who are interested in this career path in our program. Where do you begin? And we don't necessarily have an air traffic control degree at on campus here in Richmond. So how can students start that process? What can they expect?
Okay, yes, I can answer that one. So there are several different ways that you can actually get into the career of air traffic control. You can, one is by serving in the military. Various branches of the military offer air traffic control, and you can get your trade, learn the trade, if you will, through your time in service. Another route is for to go through the CTI program, which stands for Collegiate Training Initiative. There are multiple CTI schools all throughout the United States. Some of them offer a 2-year degree. Some of them offer a 4-year degree. It really depends on what you're looking for, as well as location. You know, I've heard that spoken of today a little bit. You know, if you want to be in the sun, there's several down in Florida. If you like the cold, you could go to Purdue. You know, that school's like, you know, up north. So, but there's that. And then periodically, and by periodically, I mean, typically once a year, the FAA will have what they call an off the street hire. And what they do is they put out a vacancy announcement for people to have a chance to get hired off, you know, just off the street with no air traffic experience or any military experience or the degree. But there are some criteria for that. You have to have, I think it is a minimum of 3 years of some form of work history. I've got some notes here, some different things, of course. One, you've got to be a United States citizen. You need to be age 30 or under. You have to be able to pass a medical examination, a security investigation, and pass the FAA air traffic pre-employment test. Speak English clearly. And then, like I said, you have to have 3 years of progressively responsible work experience or a bachelor's degree or a combination of the two. And you also have to, of course, be willing to relocate to an FAA facility based on the agency's staffing needs.
Gotcha. Ellie, anything to add to that, or can we talk a little bit about, okay, let's assume a student gets accepted. What I think a lot of students know about Oklahoma City, and they hear that, and they, on the FAA side at least, they know that that's the academy where they go to learn. So Can you talk a little bit about the process transitioning from the training aspect to actually getting into a role at a tower or a TRACON or a center somewhere?
My career path actually bypassed Oklahoma City entirely because I was prior experience. But the training aspect, I think here at Lexington, we've got a great training program. You basically get support wherever you need it. They identify where you need to develop, and everybody, it's all hands on. Everybody, all hands on deck, is willing to assist you and tailor your training to make sure you succeed. And I think that's a big thing now in the FAA wide, tailoring our instruction in order to set everybody up for success.
Yeah, it seems like Lexington does get a lot of trainees, whether they're fresh out of the military or straight from the academy. Matt, is that fair to say?
Yes, it is. We would be what you would consider a training facility. Excuse me. The FAA, as far as control towers and so forth, deals with facilities that they call them, they're rated a certain level. For example, level 4 through 12. Level 12 being the likes of O'Hare and Atlanta. Level 4 being maybe a little VFR tower, maybe Alliance Fort Worth tower in Texas. Lexington is an ATC level 7 facility, so we're considered a mid-tier airport. We deal with both commercial aircraft as well as general aviation aircraft. As you, I'm sure, know, aviation is one of the largest growing industries in the world. We saw last month, for example, our traffic count for total operations actually exceeded that of the month of March in 2019, which was pre-COVID. So even through a global pandemic, it's growing.
And that's always, of course, great to hear. It just seems like that's one of those areas in aviation. I think there's several jobs like this, but when people think aviation, they tend to think pilots right away. And then they do some more exploring and they find out there's actually quite a few different supporting roles that that have to be there in order to support that single operation. And ATC is one of the cornerstones to that. So
touching on what I was saying. So when people get hired by the FAA, they typically try to have a career path for success for this individual. So though it has happened before, it's not common to go to one of these larger facilities. You're going to start at a lower entry level type facility or mid-tier facility and prove yourself there. And then once that happens and you're certified, you can begin to put in applications or bids, as they're called, to other facilities and in hopes of getting there. There are people that spend a career trying to get to one destination. And unfortunately, sometimes it's unable to happen due to staffing, because at the end of the day, the agency has a goal, and that goal is to have their facility staffed appropriately. So, we get people in here at Lexington. Some of them are prior military. Some of them have been off the street. It's rare that we get someone that transfers in from another facility, unless that they're choosing to do that for, again, location type purposes. But we do a great deal of training there, and we're quite successful. Like Ellie was saying, I'll touch on that for just a moment. The goal is to succeed. There isn't one person in that building that doesn't want you to succeed and prosper in your career. So we always tend to go above and beyond to ensure that happens for the employees. Most of the time it works out. I've seen a few times, unfortunately, that it didn't. But that's just the nature of the job.
Absolutely. So sticking kind of with the career path, and we are starting to get a few questions coming in now. So I'll again ask students to go ahead and keep those coming, and we'll get to as many of those as we can. But just on a personal level for both of you, what is it about air traffic control that you really enjoy and that kind of keeps you motivated to keep pushing forward?
Ellie, I'll let you take this one and I'll follow.
Okay.
All right. Personally, for me, I enjoy the challenge of it, because it's not really structured like routine. You're doing the same, you're issuing the same instructions, but it's never quite the same amount of traffic or the same type of traffic. You could have on any given day more carriers, more jets, or more single engine. So it just being able to sort that out into structure and seeing everything work out is really rewarding on a day-to-day basis. But more than that, just growing personal, developing your skills and seeing, and then being able to pass that on to other people during training, where you see somebody walk in and maybe they're not as confident initially on the radio or in position, and you see them building themselves and then become proficient, and then they're just rocking it on their own. It's rewarding on multiple levels.
That's awesome to hear. Matt?
I would say pretty much kind of what she said to a degree. I think the challenge of the job is always fun. Every day is different. You can't always say, well, I did this way today, so tomorrow I'm going to do the exact same thing, because sometimes you can't. Weather, different, aircraft performances and stuff. So you have that. The people in the job too. I feel like it's the best group of people that I've ever worked with. There's a lot of type A personalities, so everyone is the best. If you ask them, they're the best. But it makes for good camaraderie amongst the people. We we care about each other, but we will be the first to poke fun at someone if they kind of have a little hiccup or something like that. But at the end of the day, we all have each other's back. And then, of course, I heard it touched on earlier this morning too. Everyone looks at their career. Pay is definitely an important part of it. And this job with the FAA has excellent pay and benefits. As a federal employee, for example, the median annual wage for an air traffic control specialist was $127,000 in 2016. So there's definitely good money to be made. It depends on, where you go, the level of the facility, the, how high the pay band can go. But that's all, obviously a perk as well. But I've done various jobs throughout my life, and there's not a doubt about it that this is far and away the best job I've ever had, with the best group of people that I've ever worked with.
That's awesome to hear. I know when you mentioned never having kind of the same day twice, I know the airport ops folks, which apparently we have several listening down from the terminal down there. So I'm going to give them a little bit of a shout out here. We do everything we can to make sure you guys never have a quiet day. So I'll just
well, they do good work there. They do good work. So
that's right. But
but
I will say, based on what you said, I think in that role, it's a lot of what happens in aviation is a team environment that you were just talking about, Matt, not only with you guys there, but the coordination pieces between the aircraft operators, the pilots themselves, what's going on the ground at the airport, and especially if there's an emergency situation, how important it is for all of those pieces to be working together and kind of speaking the same language.
Yeah.
So let me ask one more kind of career-based question. I want to get to some of these student questions coming in. What are some of the skills that you would say are probably most important for someone who's looking at a position in air traffic control?
Memorization. You have to be able to remember. There's a lot of rules, a lot of numbers. So memorization and the ability to data crunch and data dump at times, is very important. I think you have to be a flexible person in that our job is every minute, every hour of every day. So though I may not be there every, 24 hours a day, someone is. And that's what, keeps it going, because someone is always there, be it Christmas Day, Thanksgiving, and just a typical Friday night at 2 a.m. Someone's going to be there.
That's one thing I think a lot of people are surprised about in Lexington too, is you guys are very busy late at night because of what's going on at our neighbors to the west over there. A lot of people look at maybe that airport and say, there's nothing going on in Lexington. But in fact, up in the tower, or in the Tracon, I guess, especially, it can be very busy late at night.
Yes. Ellie, she typically works mids I no longer work the midnight shift. I did at one point. So since she is actively working the midnight shift, I'll let her talk a little bit about that.
Okay.
I can definitely get a little sporty sometimes. But we do try to do our best to accommodate everybody's request. We understand that, you guys are taking time maybe to come out when you think it's less busy. So to try to help us, and we try to reciprocate. Sometimes, unfortunately, everybody kind of gets the same idea, but we will do our very best. But recently, yeah, we've had, I think earlier this week, there was 3 or 4 in the pattern when we came in at 10 p.m. But we got everybody squared away. I think we didn't really manipulate people too much because, again, we are aware that it's a financial issue sometimes as well, because you guys are paying for fuel and time to be up there, and we do try to accommodate for everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's of course on top of those other responsibilities that you have going on with aircraft that are in the airspace, maybe even not locally, but transitioning through and things like that. So that's a perfect segue, Ellie, into kind of some of these student questions. And so Matt and Ellie, both, I'll let you kind of decide how you want to take these, or if both of you want to chime in, feel free. So our first one is, Ellie mentioned, congestion potentially in the traffic pattern, but one of our students, if I can scroll back up, Chase, it looks like, asked the question about what can the students do to maybe make things easier on you guys, but also make things easier on themselves if they're planning on operating out there.
You want me to start off, Ellie, or do you want to do it?
I can start off, and if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
So one of the first things that I would say is clarification. I think I answered Sean on the live chat on YouTube, but communication. If you don't feel that an instruction that we gave was clear, don't be afraid to ask. That's what we're there for. If you think that we didn't understand your request, just hit us with it one more time, and we'll do our best. Matt?
Yeah. Pretty much what she said. I would also say, so whenever there's an instructor in the airplane with the student, if they ever hear that things are starting to get kind of busy, and they know, they get a feel for it because they hear the other aircraft and pilots transmitting on the radio. If say, for example, the instructor kind of senses, hey, they're pretty busy out there, and maybe the student isn't being quick to answer the commands, or that he catches the controller having to repeat multiple transmissions of the same instruction, perhaps the instructor can then, it's not a knock against the student pilot that you're learning, but let them speak up, at least until they kind of we get it under control, because it comes in waves at Lexington. Anybody that's flown in and out of there or worked there will let you know that you can go from 2 airplanes in the whole airspace, and then 10 minutes later you're looking up and there's 16 people flying around, multiple practice approaches. So, and then another thing I would add to that is, if the student pilot is alone on a solo flight and he's doing, maybe when he checks on the frequency and gives his call sign, maybe if he wants to, on the first transmission, just iterate student pilot. So at that point, our ears, we become home that, okay, this guy's, fresh. So I'm not going to say maybe give them anything extra, but we do tend to, as human nature, to kind of focus a little bit more. We make sure that we speak maybe a little bit slower to them. Mm-hmm. We try to give more simplistic commands versus maybe sometimes, combining our transmissions that we would with, say a veteran air carrier pilot or something of that nature.
Yeah, I think that's really good advice. I know back when I was doing more of training, when we would take people out on the movement areas at the airport, and it was perhaps maybe their first time talking mm-hmm. on a radio to air traffic control, there are some nerves that go with that. And I think the students and people in those situations feel like, hey, I got a public audience now, and I can't mess this up, and I just can't afford to make a mistake, and people are going to laugh at me. But in fact, everybody's going to make mistakes, and I think you guys would be the first to admit that that happens all the time. I've made multiple, and all the time, I'm sure, and it's part of it, right? It's part of the learning process. So I don't think students should be afraid necessarily to make mistakes, as long as they learn from them.
And
Absolutely.
just like there's student pilots out there, with affiliated with your school that are trying to obtain their pilot's license,
Mm-hmm.
we have controllers in the building right now, several that are training themselves. So, it's part of it. There will be a few little, errors along the way, as long as they get, corrected and stuff. But, we're all in it together.
Right.
Absolutely. Matt, you're going to love this. So Jim, one of our students, says, I recognize that voice anywhere and one of the best controllers I've ever worked with. And so that's a little bit of shout out to you.
You're awesome, Jim. Thank you. Appreciate
some
it.
love there. There you go. And he also has a follow-up question, which is, what are some of the common mistakes you think student pilots make that everybody could learn from that's watching today? Or any patterns you pick up on?
I would say perhaps the biggest one, because I think everyone, does pretty well. I would say it's just being able to respond quickly to the transmission. If you're in a Diamond, aircraft or Cessna, whatever the call sign may be, and, just be aware that, you requested the practice approach. And as you start getting closer to the airport, you're going to be given instructions for, vectors for your sequencing. You may be number 1, you may be number 6. We don't know. So start being alert that, hey, they're about to start talking to me. And whenever we transmit to you, come back quickly. When we give an instruction, come right back that you get the instruction. That would be probably one of the biggest things that that I can think of. Ellie, do you have anything?
No, I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I also think that circling back to your previous statement, the queue of student pilot, student solo pilot will actually prime us to be able to be aware of that and to kind of anticipate and maybe prompt earlier.
True. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's important. And it goes back to that idea of, a student may be hesitating to return the radio call just based on nerves.
Right.
And so I think some of that understanding is that, you're learning, and Ellie, like you just mentioned, if you kind of cue that with a student, then at least on the other side of the radio, they're going to have that understanding that it's someone who's learning too.
Right.
And we hear that a lot, just as someone who sits, in our office spaces and around the airport in vehicles, and we hear a lot of the traffic. You hear that a lot from student pilots, either hesitation with a transmission, or they get maybe fumbled over an instruction or something like that. And I think immediately they kind of internalize that a lot rather than move forward and understand that it's okay. That's part of it.
Right. And it falls back to the whole training and setting people up for success. Even though we have a lot of training in-house, we still realize we're providing a service, and we want to do that to the best of our abilities and cater to your needs. So if we know what you guys, we understand that there's training going on, and we want to make it productive and successful training for you guys.
Mm-hmm. You got another shout out from our chief flight instructor, Sean Howard, who has been a huge asset to our program over the last few years that he's been here. And he's kind of, he's in the chat now as well, but he says 25 years of flying, consistently the best ATC staff around. So
awesome.
Love for the controllers up there in Lexington, which we love to hear.
Thank you, Sean.
There you go. Students that are online that are watching, we've got plenty of time here, so feel free to keep the questions coming, especially those of you that are student pilots. That's kind of the mode we're in with these questions right now. So if you have particular questions for the controllers, feel free to submit those at any point here. So let's talk.
Even if they have,
go ahead,
even if they have something that they would want to share with us, something that they think would be productive for us to know on our end, well, that'd be appreciated as well.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I apologize for kind of jumping on that, but yeah, if anyone has concerns or anything else they'd like to share, feel free to do that as well. We're getting one coming in right now, so let me pull it up here. And this is from Kevin. And he says, as an air traffic controller, what would you say is the most difficult part of the job?
I would say the schedule. I would say the schedule, the rotating shift work and things of that nature. There's a lot of great perks to it, but sometimes it's not conventional. It's not a 9-to-5 job Monday through Friday. So I definitely think that scheduling is one of the biggest, things on a personal level. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, depending on your actions and the way you handle the job, you can add, stress to the job, on certain aspects. But mine would probably be the schedule if I was to say one particular thing. I don't know. Ellie may have something different.
No, I agree. The schedule, and I think day to day, once you find the groove where you're working, and I think everything falls into place.
Yeah, I think that's, in a lot of these, especially entry-level aviation jobs for our students, the schedule is one of those things you may or may not have any control over. And so you may have pilots that are in the same boat. They may not work in or be on their ideal leg of their trip. The same goes for on the ground as well.
Typically, new hires, for example, they may be stuck on like Tuesday, Wednesday, or Wednesday, Thursday days off for a couple of years until they start gaining some seniority. And then, of course, it's all based on a bidding process on a seniority, based system. So you bid for what your days off are going to be for the year. You do it for the entire year. So you'll know, before the year actually begins, well, next year I'm going to be Sunday, Monday off, or next year I'm going to be Wednesday, Thursday off. And those are your days off. And I find that sometimes for younger people, Tuesday, Wednesday doesn't have the flash that Saturday, Sunday, or Friday, Saturday have, So that can sometimes be, a little bit of a getting used to for somebody that's used to always being able to go out on the weekends with their friends or on dates or something to that effect. And, Tuesday, Wednesday, you can still go out on Tuesday, Wednesday. You're just not going to have as much action out there. I guess you could say however you want to refer to it as. So
I love Tuesday, Wednesday off. Gives me time to complete to-do tasks during the week. Everything's less crowded. I like it.
There you go. I like that. Positive spin. Kind of related to the last one, what do you think the biggest misconception is about your job? So the last one was kind of on what are your biggest challenges, but what do you think people misinterpret most about ATC?
Oh, right off the bat, Matt said it earlier, everybody's type A. I don't think I'm type A. But I think there are a lot of strong personalities, but I think we're all willing to accommodate.
Fair enough. Matt, what do you think?
I don't know. I guess that we're all just full throttle all the time. In many aspects, I guess we are, but I know people that can kind of turn it on and off like a switch. They come to work and they're, 80 miles an hour doing their job, and everything. And then, they leave the building and it's just, they leave work at work. And that's a good thing about what we do too, is the fact that at the end of your shift, you're not going home, like maybe teachers do. You're not grading papers and tests at home. You're not having to take, anything home with you. When you unplug, that's it. It's over. Your shift is done and you can just decompress and do whatever it is that you want to do. So, there's a lot of statistics that go along with air traffic, as they say, high divorce rate, high alcoholism, suicide rate, all this crazy stuff. Personally, I've not witnessed any of that.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up because I've had several friends that are closer to my age, and they've been in it for several years now, and I mean they can't imagine doing anything else. They absolutely love it, and it's I think they love the plug and play, which is kind of what you mentioned, being able to disconnect at the end of the day and go home and not worry about work anymore until the next shift. But yeah, I've not, at least in the contacts that I have, not heard too many people say what we often hear in the public is the stress. I think people always say
Yeah,
it's like
and I think
dentist at
the
the top and air
stress.
traffic controllers, right?
I think that can be somewhat overrated. I had a coworker just sent me a message, and he said that one of the misconceptions is we're often thought of if you tell someone, they ask, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm an air traffic controller. They're like, oh, you're the guy out on the ramp with the,
Yeah.
they think you're on the flight line. No, that's
Yeah.
not us. Yeah.
We get that a lot in the airport side as well. Any job you can think of on the airport, the ground aspect of operations, it's, oh yeah, you're the guy with the wands, or they think we're you guys up in the tower, and so we take that one as a compliment. But yeah, that's often the case. Again, for the students coming in, we've had some great questions so far, and we've got a little bit of time left with these folks. So feel free to chime in if you can think of anything. And we'll try and again get to as many of those as we possibly can. Let's go back to the flight training operation of students, if we can, for just a little bit. I think, as I mentioned, one of the I hate to call it an issue, but I think one of the biggest things with students is that initial nerve on talking to an air traffic controller for the first time, or at least getting to the point where they feel where they're really comfortable, which certainly happens as they progress through their training. But do you have any advice on how they could practice or prepare for that dialogue, maybe when they're not on frequency? Or is there something maybe you guys do in your training to practice for how you work on those calls?
When I first got into air traffic control in the Navy, there were a lot of, like I said, memorizations and things that we had to do. And of course, we use standard, we use phraseology that's, depicted of what you're supposed to say and so forth out of the 7110.65. And so I would say one of the things that they could do, because as dynamic as air traffic control is, there's also a lot of the same. And when I say a lot of the same is phraseology for approach clearances, phraseology for, requesting altitudes and clearance readbacks and so forth. It's the same. And it's not like it changes from one day to the next and so forth. So I would say one of the things that they could do is, if they didn't want to practice with someone, they could, say it to themselves, pretend, in their mind or something, think of, okay, he just said this to me. I say that now I reply with this, and something to that effect, like a role play situation, I think could go a great deal in helping, with that, because now you start becoming familiar with what you're saying. The only difference is now the next time, when you're saying it, you actually have a headset on, you're talking to somebody else, but within you, you're used to it now. Mm-hmm. So it comes out a whole lot more, freely and clear. And, the better we communicate, the better service we can provide you, so it all goes, in a cycle.
I agree.
Sure. I think that's really good advice. I'll say I know a lot of our instructors, when they're doing maybe a pre-brief or a debrief after a flight, I've heard them go through some of those call-outs where the instructor may act as the controller in that case and have the student actually verbalize what their intention is, and if they don't, maybe read back an instruction or something to make sure that they get in those good habits before they ever actually even step into the airplane. So I do think that's a great way to kind of practice some of that stuff.
Right.
We had another question come in, and I know we touched on this a little before from Kevin about the career side of it, getting into it. And his question is more along the lines of how long it could potentially take. So a student who maybe has gone through a CTI program, or maybe has a background in it, or maybe someone who's just an off the street who's wanting to get interested, and the potential time it could take to become a controller. I don't know if either of you can speak to what is going on in that process, kind of between an initial application and when you actually.
The dynamics for that, all depend on the experience of the person. Like I think you just said, Kevin was his name.
Correct.
If he had a CTI degree, so Kevin with a CTI degree versus Kevin off the street would be a little bit of a different process in the time in which they would have to go for training. Things were different back when I was hired, as I'm sure they were when Ellie was hired. I think Ellie said because of her experiences, she didn't have to do Oklahoma City, didn't have to go out there.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go out to Oklahoma City, though I was still prior military, because there had been a rule change that had just taken effect. Because prior to me getting hired, if you were prior military, it was an optional course. So when I went out to Oklahoma City for tower school, it was, I want to say, 9 weeks. It seems like 9 weeks. And then radar school was 5 weeks. But again, that may have all changed since my time. So you can expect it with as a CTI grad, probably after you're hired, you'll go to Oklahoma City. Actually, you would go, after you're hired, you'll go to Oklahoma City, and from Oklahoma City, you'll go to your facility, is the way that they typically do it now. So I would say from the date that you're hired and given a class date in Oklahoma City, 3 months, somewhere around there. Again, it kind of changes, the dynamics of that particular part of it. Ellie, I don't know if you know anything, since you're kind of a lot more involved in training and stuff.
I just think it even before getting to Oklahoma City, it varies because there's multiple steps in the hiring process. So you get your initial offer letter, tentative offer letter, and you choose to accept or deny it. Thereafter, you have to do things such as the Minneapolis Multiple Personality Index, the MMPI, and then drug testing and clear medical. And that varies according to your own schedule, when you can fit it in. Obviously, the sooner you complete those tests, the sooner the agency can move on with the hiring process and try to get you into the system. But there are people that have to go to what's called tier 2 after taking the MMPI. And that will extend your process 5 months, if not longer. But whereas some people, from the time that they get the initial offer letter, it's 6-8 months, and then they're in the door.
Yeah.
Depending on whether their prior experience or not.
And also, as I was talking earlier about, you had to pass the background check and the medical screening and so forth. So, it was just, said to me by a coworker, messaging me here, kind of going back and forth, that, we're also kind of dependent on those offices and departments doing their job and how fast it is that they do it. So as far as, in terms of once you go to Oklahoma City, you're there for, a couple of months, and then you go to your facility. But I guess the whole hiring process from the date you submit your application, or rather, maybe even better, is what Ellie said, when you receive your tentative offer or something like that. There's all the other steps in the middle as well. To give an example of mine, I got out of the Navy in December of 2006. I applied immediately with the FAA. My actual date of the Navy that I got out was December 23rd, so it was a good Christmas present. But I got hired by the FAA January 20th of 2008. So it actually took, the entire process took about 13 months then, but that was the application being submitted, going through the security, screening, taking the test, the whole 9 yards, the medical, getting the offer letter, and, and things of that nature. So, and because of COVID, that it could be delayed, right now a little bit more administrative, duties and so forth. So a lot of people are working from home, and things like that. So, but
things like the furlough impacted hiring process as well, because
it definitely did. But this field, we're going to need people. That there's no doubt about it. We're definitely going to need people. So if this is something that Kevin, if this is something you're interested in, I can definitely tell you it's worth the wait. It's worth the processes that it takes to get the job, and I feel certain you would enjoy it. You would like it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I had a really good friend who actually started graduate school with me, and the end goal was always air traffic control. And he ended up working as a ramp guy for Southwest for a year and a half, almost 2 years, I think, until he waited, to finally get his call to go to the academy. And but boy, the second that phone rang, he was out the door and couldn't. And he's
Right.
still in it and absolutely loves it. So I think that passion is an important part of kind of persevering through the waiting process, if there is one. So. We do have another question, kind of more procedurally related, from Robbie, who is asking you guys, do the controllers prefer that the students cancel radar services and switch to the common frequency when they leave the Lexington airspace due to the higher volume in their traffic pattern and the practice areas that the students are using?
Typically, we will keep radar services until about 20 miles away from the airport. So let's say I'll use, for example, someone comes, they depart Richmond, they want the ILS at Lexington followed by the published missed approach, and they'll hold at the VOR, and then they want to go back to Richmond. Sometimes they just go VFR, sometimes they want an RNAV approach, or even perhaps the VOR 18. We want to keep them until they're about 20 miles out from the airport. Now, if there's absolutely nothing going on, sometimes I've seen once they're out of what is, we call the Class Charlie airspace, 10 miles, we can terminate radar services. Sometimes they request it. If they're outside of that 10 miles, we'll typically, honor that. But if it's busy, a good controller will want to keep them on as long as possible to at least provide them with advisories of, what's going on. I mean, there's been times that I've seen many aircraft flying down at Richmond with a guy coming in. Mm-hmm. So I want to be able to try to paint the picture for him the best I can. If it's one or two or three, I'll, try to call out where the traffic's at. And if it's way more than that, I'll try to point out what I can and then just, tell them, multiple aircraft, and switch them to advisory, because once they're on advisory there, they can communicate with those aircraft better. So, but Ellie, we all do things a little different. Ellie may have a different approach.
No, I agree. I would rather, if there's lots of traffic down in the practice areas, I would rather keep you on frequency so that I can give you a heads up if I see some kind of conflict.
Yeah.
Gotcha. It makes sense. Robbie, thank you for the question. We've got about 10 or 15 minutes to go. So if there are, I'll kind of do a last call for student questions. If you have anything you'd want to ask or any advice, or we've kind of thrown everything at these guys when we've had them here for the last little bit. So feel free to keep those coming for just another couple minutes. See if we get anything to come in there.
I'll also say,
go ahead, Matt.
A lot of our, we apply for our jobs. I was talking about the we apply for jobs on USA Jobs website. So for those who want to apply with air traffic, again, like I said, you don't always have to have a CTI. You don't have to have prior military. So as long as you meet the criteria, they'll have an off the street bid. It's going to be on the usajobs.gov website, and in the search portion, you'll search for 2152. That's the series of air traffic control, 2152. And then there are other selecting factors on the side as far as, bids that are internal to agency, open to the public, and things of that nature. People that are disabled, sometimes they have opportunities that are presented to them to help them out and things like that. So that's where you want to go. I'd also like to, if I could just go back for just one moment when we were talking about the termination of radar services and so forth. About 8 months ago, sometime in the fall, I guess it would be, we had a controller who had been working in aircraft, and he actually terminated radar services with the aircraft. But in his progressive scan of the radar airspace, he noticed that aircraft that he had been speaking to that was no longer receiving radar services had a conflict of traffic. And he had the wherewithal and to remember who it was, and he transmitted to him in the blind and called traffic. I think it was opposite direction, same altitude. It was ugly, And fortunately, the pilot heard the transmission from the controller, saw the traffic, and, averted, potential disaster. So things like that is why we would prefer to keep you, as long as possible. If we've, originally started providing you with a service, it's, if we're really, really busy and there's not much conflict for you, and we feel like you're clear from here to there, you're fine, and we see nothing, sure, we can terminate your radar services. But if there's a little bit going on and so forth, it's probably best to just stay up with us until, we can ensure that you're safe.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a really good example of one of the advantages of doing just that. So I'm glad you shared that. Right before we hopped on, I was talking with Ellie and Matt about, of course, we have an air traffic control class here in the program, and one of the staples of that pre-pandemic was the ability to come up and do some shadowing and visit the facility up in Lexington, the Tracon and the cab, and interact with some of you guys. And we're anxious to get that back. But are there some other ways that students can learn about the profession or maybe get more information on air traffic control, if that's something they're interested in?
There are probably some YouTube videos out there that a person could watch. Of course, there's the FAA website, www.faa.gov. There's some resources there and so forth. And then, just to touch with what you said, when things return to normal, hopefully sooner rather than later, we're definitely open to letting visitors come in, because it allows them to see what we do. They can, we can give them a headset. They can plug in right there and monitor the operation and see firsthand. It would give a whole different perspective to what they're doing. Mm-hmm. And I think that would go a great way. Also, did you say, is Sean Howard, is he on? Is he watching this?
He is watching. He's in the he's monitoring in the chat. He's not on the Zoom, but yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to say to him at some point, when he asked about, what could help with the operation, there's definitely, several things that we can do. I think scheduling can go a great deal. If you have multiple aircraft that depart within minutes of each other, and all of them want the same approach with the same publish missed approach, we're not able to give that, to everyone. If things are spaced out a little bit more, we'll be able to provide everyone, the services, because Ellie earlier talked about time and money. Mm-hmm. And, I think one of the last things that you all want to do, or as a student pilot, is go somewhere and hold. I need you to hold at the VOR, because sometimes it may be multiple approaches. They'll want the ILS to the published missed, and then ultimately they want another ILS before returning to Richmond. So, they'll come, they'll do the ILS, they'll do the published missed approach, and then they're holding, southeast there at the Lexington VOR. And even though they may say, okay, we're ready for our approach based on other traffic we have and so forth, we're not able to give it to them, so they have to continue to hold. And that becomes more complex when there becomes more aircraft that are all requesting the same thing. So if one guy wants the ILS to the published missed, he's going to hold at the VOR at 3,100 feet. The second guy that departs Richmond right behind him within 5 miles wants the same thing. I can give you the ILS. I can vector for spacing and get you the ILS approach, but I can't give you the published missed because someone's already going to be doing that. So I'll have to amend the published missed approach, which doesn't really give you the same, what you're really looking for, So I was going to say at some point, Sean, if you're hearing me, I'll reach out to you and touch base with you, and maybe we can kind of, talk about operational type things that can help both of us.
Absolutely, and I'll make sure he gets that message. And like I said, I'm positive he's watching on the chat, but we'll make sure he gets that. And I think that's.
And there is a website that people can. There is a website that people can go to, that your students can go to, that are interested in air traffic. If they want to just monitor operations at various airports in the country, liveatc.net.
Oh yeah, that's a fan favorite among students, I think. On campus to monitor some and go back and listen to some of the interesting calls that people have saved on YouTube videos and things like that. So I don't know if we have you guys on there yet, but maybe we'll have a student put a YouTube compilation together.
Have you heard the JFK ground controller?
Yeah.
Kennedy Joe.
Yes. Yeah. There's
That's a
some
good
really
one.
ones.
It never gets
Yeah.
old.
The Boston John, I think he's retired now, but from several years ago, Boston John was a pretty good one. People can look
Yeah.
into. So there's some good ones, but I don't know if we have a Lexington highlight reel yet, but maybe we'll get there at some point. But I do think to Matt's point about kind of collaborating on operations, I think that's one of the great advantages we have. And it's not just you guys, but that airport in general, and some of these other facilities and operations around the region where we're very fortunate to have a great relationship, and we want to move that forward and continue a dialogue. And you guys are a big part of our operation, and it's great, I think, to have some of these interactions where students have a forum to ask questions. And again, hopefully we can get them up there and, like you mentioned, Matt, plug in and see what you guys do. And I think,
Yes.
I know taking students out on the airfield and showing them that side of it is great for our
Mhm.
pilot students too, because the more they're exposed to, the more perspective they have on the position that they're going to be in. And I think that's really, really important for our students. And so I hope we can continue moving that forward. And it's just it's been great to have you guys spend some time with us. So with that, we're kind of starting to run out of time, but I'll open it up to both of you if you want to maybe give us some closing thoughts or suggestions for the students, or anything else you'd like to share.
I was just going to say, anybody in the aviation program, be it you want to become a pilot or even perhaps get into airport management, anything in the aviation field, air traffic control is definitely a solid move. Like I said, it's one of the fastest growing industries in the world, and it continues to grow every year. And so it's definitely worth it. If you're there, there's just such a variety of things to do. Great people involved at all aspects, from airlines to the air traffic control side of it to the mechanics and things. It's really good people. So and it's a rewarding job. I hear so many people in various fields talk about the rewards of their job, and that's the way we feel. I mean, if you ask an air traffic controller, they'll tell you we've got the best job in the world. And I'm sure a lot of pilots feel that way as well. So, but more than anything, I do appreciate you taking time today and inviting us along and letting us share some experiences. I really enjoyed the feedback. My favorite part was Jim of the whole day. So no, but we look forward to things getting to normal and letting these students come up and tour the facility and everything. It's fun for us, and it's a learning for everybody involved, because sometimes they'll see it right there and they'll say things to us with kind of piques our interest or makes us maybe think of things in a little bit different and so forth. So we come at it with a different approach. But I just want to say thank you for your time.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Ellie,
same.
any closing thoughts?
Same. Kyle, thanks for having us. Thanks for having me. And everybody who asked questions and just attended, thanks for having us, and thanks for participating and bearing with me. But for everybody out there that's flight training, just don't be scared to ask questions. Don't be scared to communicate. We understand more than you know about being in training. We're constantly in training, and just we're here to provide a service for you, and we want to do right by you.
Yes, I agree, 100%.
That's awesome. So again, just to close out, I just want to say how much we appreciate you guys, the service you do provide, and the relationship we have. And we certainly hope that when we do this event next year, and when we do it in person, that we can have you guys down, and just know that you're welcome anytime. So we look forward to seeing you soon.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
We appreciate
All
it. Thanks, Matt, Ellie. Enjoy your weekend.
Yep. Take care,
All right,
Kyle. You do the
everybody.
same.
Thank you very much. For those that are on, we've got a little bit of a break here before we move into our next session. And it looks like we're well on our way there. He is tuned in already, so we'll get that set up here in the next little bit, and with Captain Silvers. And we've got about a half-hour break until that happens at looks like 1:30 by my watch. And so we'll take a quick break, and we'll see everybody back in just a few. right, we should be coming back online there. So I want to welcome everybody back this afternoon for our next session. And just a couple quick reminders as we move forward. Those that are doing BTS 300, you can now submit those sheets if you have watched the first 3 sessions today. Remember, you have to have 3 in order to turn that in. But those we're able to accept those starting at 1 p.m. If by chance you submitted yours before 1 p.m., it's going to get kicked back out because you didn't watch all 3 if you turned it in before 1 o'clock. So just a friendly note to those that are keeping track of the time. Make sure you're paying attention to that. So if you need to go and make an adjustment, go ahead and submit another one. But otherwise, those of you that are joining us and hanging around, we've got a couple more sessions left. And we appreciate everybody joining us today. And I've been mentioning it all morning, one of the awesome things, as awful as the pandemic has been, as many downsides as there is we have been able to pull in people from all over the country in several of our classes and things and our events this year, and our next guest is no exception. And so joining us from San Antonio, Texas, I believe is what he said, is Captain Kerry Silver. So thank you so much. And he's told me he goes by Dollar, which is his nickname from the Navy, so we'll call him Dollar. But it is great to have you with us this afternoon, and thank you for spending some time with us.
Thank you, Kyle. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk about aviation, which has been my love from day one. And it is something that gets inside your being, and it never seems to leave you somehow. So I'd be glad to try to share any advice or any little stories along the way to help somebody else in their career. I flew for a little over 41 and a half years and just had a fantastic run.
Yeah, we've been talking a little bit in between the breaks and some of the stories he's got. So I'm interested to kind of dive in that, and I want to remind our students that if you have questions, you can submit those at any time in the chat. I'm monitoring those on my iPad here on the desk, so you can submit those, and we'll try to get to as many of those as we possibly can. So if you don't mind, why don't we start out with just you giving us a little bit of a background on your career path, and you start wherever you want and kind of bring us up to the present day.
Absolutely. I was a junior at the University of Georgia studying marketing, advertising, and promotion. And I had submitted a package for Naval Aviation Schools Command back then to go through AOCS and be a pilot, and it got kicked back. They don't tell you why. They had a sliding scale of acceptance and so on, because I did not do ROTC and I didn't go to a service academy. So AOCS is what it was called, Aviation Officer Candidate School. Anybody that's seen the old Richard Gere movie, Officer and Gentleman, that was the accession program that I got into the Navy on. So I'm walking across the campus as a junior, and a couple of knucklehead lieutenants are recruiting, and they're outside of the one of the buildings on campus. And one guy says, "Are you interested?" And I said, "Absolutely." But I tried to get in last year and I was turned down. He said, "Why?" I said, "I don't know. They don't tell you." And he said, "Sit down." And he sat me down and he pulled my package. And he said, "Your scores are fine, but you don't know how to fill out an application worth a damn." He said, "Were you a member of any kind of sporting team? Were you any leadership things that you had done?" and so on. So we resubmitted the package and I got accepted. And it's only because that guy, he changed my life that day. He sat down and said, "Let's figure out what's going on." And he spent the time. Well, fast forward to February a year ago, that lieutenant recruiter was standing beside me at my retirement ceremony at FedEx. He's a retired FedEx captain now. And I went many years without ever seeing him until I got hired on at FedEx. But I got into the Navy through the Aviation Officer Candidate School Program. It started in 1977. That's how I got started.
So tell us about some of the things you did or some of the flying that you did while you're in the Navy.
Sure. The Air Force has a thing called FATE, First Assignment Instructor Pilot, once you graduate and get your wings. The Navy calls it SIRGRAD, Selectively Retained Graduate. So I go through the training. I got my wings in July of '79. And I stayed on in the same A4 squadron as instructor for a little over a year. Following that, I got selected to go to Tomcats. I went to Oceana. I flew Tomcats. Had a chance after the first. The Navy rotates between sea duty and shore duty. You get 3 years of sea duty with a squadron that's going to go deploy, obviously, and then you'll go somewhere for shore duty for about 3 years. I got offered an assignment to Top Gun as an instructor and actually turned that down to fly in the East Coast Adversary Squadron, VF-43 back then, at Oceana, where I flew A4s, F5s, T-38s, Kafirs, and then got selected to go out to Nellis Air Force Base. The Top Gun school, the Navy Fighter Weapons School, had a detachment back then at Nellis. And we were up in Tonopah in a top secret event called Constant Peg. And we flew MiG-21s and MiG-23s and taught people how to fight against Russian built airplanes. The Air Force, the Navy, and all the Marine fighter guys, we showed them what the airplane looked like, what it could perform like, and taught them how to beat it, just to help them not have buck fever were they ever to encounter a MiG in actual combat. And that was from 86 to 88. Then I came back to the fleet and went on with another tour with Tomcats and so on and so forth. But for about a 4-year stretch in the middle of my career, as I would call it, as a senior lieutenant and a junior lieutenant commander, I did most of the fun flying of my life as an adversary aggressor pilot. There's also, and I do have a recommendation if anybody is interested in that kind of thing. There is a book that was written by Steve Davies called Red Eagles, America's Secret MiG Pilots. It's a good read, and it's very accurate on how that squadron came to be. It's a little bit dry and technical in some parts because it just goes through a lot of the Air Force command structure on how they developed the squadron, but it does have a lot of good stories in it about what we did and how we flew the airplanes.
Awesome.
Ended up being the commanding officer of an F-14 squadron. Following that tour, I went on to be the air boss of USS Independence over in Yokosuka, Japan. Came back and finished out my career as the XO and then the CO of the Naval Air Station Oceana, which was the Navy's largest master jet base there in Virginia Beach. Retired, moved out to Texas to be close to in-laws, and got hired on by FedEx and flew for FedEx until February a year ago when I had to retire when I turned 65.
Wow, that's pretty remarkable, and it's a lot of stuff. So I have to ask, just because it's the nerd in me, I think, and the students I'm sure will have comments about it, but whatever, I'm used to it. The F-14 is an amazing airplane, and I think I consider myself lucky that I got to see one of the final demo performances when it was doing the air show circuit growing up, and just being totally awestruck with what a different and unique airplane that was, a swept wing, supersonic capable fighter like that. Can you give us or give the nerds like me out there a little bit of maybe what you remember about the flying characteristics of the F-14 or anything like that?
Absolutely. It was a great flying machine. It was highly maneuverable, especially in the pitch mode. You could roll it on its back and pitch the nose through, up, down, anywhere you want it to do. A little bit slower in roll rate because the wings were so wide out on the side of the airplane. So the roll rate was not as good as an A4, for example. But the flying characteristics and capability of the airplane stretched when they finally started hanging laser guided weapons on it, and in the latter years of its lifetime really extended its life for a long, long ways. And it was just a great airplane to fly. It was easy to fly. It was not pretty to bring aboard the ship because everything moved. They called it turkey for a reason. It looked like a turkey coming aboard the ship. But it was just a wonderful machine.
I love that. And for those that are not as familiar, I'm sure, I know a lot of our students have seen Top Gun at least, which I think is how that airplane kind of lives in infamy with the younger generation nowadays. But Get on YouTube and watch some of the videos of the F-14 in action back in the day. It's pretty impressive. So if we can, I want to move a little bit towards the FedEx career. We actually had a question this morning, Captain, and it was related to that transition from flying in the military to a civilian role with a civilian airline. Can you talk a little bit about making that change?
Let me tell you, that was a difficult transition to make. The first thing that hit me in the face when I walked in the door was they wanted to sign you up with the union. I'm a military guy. I don't know anything about unions. You know, where did that whole thing come from? And it didn't take very long to realize the importance of the pilot union and really the good work that it does for the pilots in a huge, huge corporation that large that is really just concerned about making money. I mean, let's face it, that's what they're in the business to do, is make money. But the pilot union was the first thing that kind of caught me as a little bit different. One thing that was exactly the same as the military flying was the camaraderie. Being in the flight coordination building with the other pilots, developing friendships, running into guys that you had seen and known in the Navy or in the Air Force. We still had a lot of people that blended over. I'd say a little over half of the crew force at FedEx is probably prior military, a little over half now, but that's narrowing, that gap is narrowing. It's getting more to 50-50 civilian background and then military background. But it was a different world for me. I didn't know anything about FARs. I didn't know anything about all the rules, the regulations. Plus, I'm just flying boxes. I didn't know what a pack was. You know, nobody could tell you what a pack was. It turns out that's the air conditioning units in the airplane. We didn't know anything about flows, just all the rules and regulations. So it was a difficult transition, and the training requirements were extremely rigid.
Gotcha. What someone with your background, I would have to think, had options coming out of that type of Navy career. So what was it about FedEx or that type of flying maybe that attracted you to go that route when you were done with the Navy?
Well, I had an interview actually with Southwest Airlines, but as it turns out, by the time I got to my interview process with Southwest, I was no longer current, because the last couple of tours I had in the Navy, were not flying tours. So I was out of currency. So I actually went back to flying as the XO and the CO at Oceana while I was there, and flying the King Air 200 to get my hours back up and get current again so that I could put an application in with FedEx at that point in time. I had several friends that were FedEx pilots that I'd known in the past, and that they ended up sponsoring me at FedEx, and they were the first ones to call. So, and I felt like I won the lottery when I got that phone call.
Was it, did you know a lot about FedEx going into that? Or when you say you won the lottery, what was it that kind of made you feel like that was the right move?
Well, I can tell you, it's a lucrative business. I mean, it's a good way of living. Let's just put it that way. You can make a lot of money in the airline industry if you're flying for one of the majors. And FedEx makes good money. It's good flying. A lot of it is night flying, but that's eased up a little bit now because we have the postal contract. So about 50-50 of the flying is day and night flying. And then the more senior you got, the more you can pick and choose what you wanted to fly. There are different trips that people like to fly. Some people like the international long haul flights. I didn't care for that at all. I stayed domestic because I had a young daughter at the time. I stayed junior. I never upgraded from first officer to captain. I'd done all that before in a previous life, but I was able to stay senior, and your whole schedule is built around your seniority date. Mm-hmm. When you show up, and if you're senior to somebody else, when they send out the schedule every month to be bid on, you get your first choice over the guy that's junior to you. So it's all based on seniority. So there seems to be a type of flying for everybody in that company. You could do basically week on, week off, which was good. And it was a pretty easy commute from San Antonio to Memphis, which is where I was based. And there's a lot of a lot of talking points about commuting or flying where you live and so on. I'm sure that everybody's already discussed. The commute for FedEx from San Antonio to Memphis was relatively easy. So that made it a pretty easy choice for me.
Yeah, and we actually did. The gentleman that spoke earlier, the Southwest pilot, was talking to us about just that, Captain Fluhart, about the living near your base and the
Yes.
benefits of potential quality of life, by doing so, and even cost savings for housing and income and all that kind of stuff that was a consideration for,
It's
so.
It's a major player in how you want to set up your lifestyle and what you want to do. It's a major consideration. And like I said, for me, it was easy to do with FedEx. To get there from San Antonio was an easy thing to do. And we have 2 or 3 flights a day on FedEx. So I would simply jump seat on a FedEx airplane back and forth to work to Memphis. A lot of guys, I would say roughly half of the people in the airline industry do not live in their domicile. They have to commute to work. So that has been complicated by COVID, obviously. That makes life a lot more difficult. So it's a big consideration.
Yeah, and I have to drill down a little bit on this, because I think when you mention that about never upgrading, I can just see some of the students' faces thinking, what? That's the whole point, right? I mean, I go into the airlines, that's the next thing I'm supposed to do, is upgrade from this seat to that seat and move my way up and be able to, progress that way. I think there's just a stigma that that's the way it has to be. And I actually had a really good friend who had a mantra similar to yours, which is, I'm happy where I'm at, and the quality of life aspect took over for his situation. And so I think it does depend on the person. Can you drill down a little bit more on that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I had my military retirement. I had military medicine, already if I needed that. I had my military retirement. I had a young daughter. I stayed senior in the right seat so that I could be at family events and do things while she was growing up. And to me, that offset the difference in the financial side of things. I could have upgraded to captain, but then I would have gone right back down on the seniority list, and I'd be flying places I didn't want to fly at hours I didn't want to fly, and not being home when I wanted to be home. So for me, it was not an issue about the money. Like I said, I had been a captain, I had commanded a squadron, I've been an air boss, I've been the base CO of the Navy's largest master jet base. I had checked all those blocks of being happy with a professional background. And yes, there are a lot of guys that come in and the thing that they're focused on is how fast can I get to the left seat? Well, it's not always that's not always the greatest thing. You need to spend a little time, especially like myself, coming out of a career in the military, getting into a different civilian flying world altogether and commercial aviation. I needed to spend a little time in the right seat. I actually started in the back seat as an engineer in the 7-2 on the panel. Now, life is really weird when 12 o'clock is directly off your left shoulder because you're sitting sideways in the cockpit pouring coffee. That's and thankfully those jobs are not around anymore. The airplanes are better than that. But yeah, I spent about a year as an engineer in the 7-2 and then went to the right seat for 4 years. And then went to the right seat of the 7-5 and then eventually to the right seat of the 7-6. And that's where I made my pay raises, is going from a narrow body, the 7-5 narrow bodies, up to the wide body of the 7-6.
Got you. Yeah, and even again, Captain Fluhart earlier from Southwest, we talked about the idea of the students. I think their perception changes as they get into the program and they learn more about the industry. It seems like our new freshmen tend to look at, or our prospective students tend to see, I want to fly and it pays a lot of money. And they don't really look at a whole lot else. But as they're here and they take some classes and they get involved and hear from speakers like yourself, I think they start to paint that there's a little bit more to this picture than just getting a paycheck and, and flying every day.
Yeah, and there is. And I will put a plug in for flying cargo. Boxes don't bitch, they don't complain because it's too cold or hot in the back. They don't complain when it's a little bumpy. And not to disparage the flight attendants, bless their hearts, but we didn't have to deal with flight attendants either. So it was just you and your captain, or in some cases there were jump seaters on board or check airmen or whatever. But for the most part, it was a pretty small crowd.
Yeah, it's pretty. I think you got a bumper sticker on your hands, maybe with that one. So
Yeah.
So again, if there's any students who have questions, feel free. I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat for questions as they come in. But feel free to ask those at any time, and we'll do our best to get to as many of those as we can. So
I will make
go ahead, Cap.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead. I'll answer whatever you.
We had a comment more than a question, but Erica just mentioned she liked the discussion on the quality of life, and I would say, from a program perspective, that flying is not my background. I'm the airport guy, but I teach an airline management class, and I think that's one of the areas that we as a program probably need to dive more into in some of our classes, is that element of what's the day-to-day. What can the students expect when they start a long trip, and what is that quality of life when I get off the airplane and in between the flight part, which I think we do a good job painting that picture, while they're on the flight deck, but what happens outside of that?
Yeah, and that's a good point. Quality of life is a major issue to everyone, and it's going to be centered around your family life, probably first and foremost. Your family life and what's going on at home, young children, older children, whatever it happens to be. All that plays into it. But then, for example, in FedEx, we'd pull into the chocks, we'd have the airplane shut down in under 3 or 4 minutes. You get off the airplane. We didn't load the boxes or unload the boxes. We didn't do any of that. We got off the airplane, go out, there's a car waiting to take us to the hotel. We go to the hotel and get us some sleep, and then show back up roughly, 10, 12 hours later and do it all again. But you do that, you get a week-long pairing. Usually you'll fly, one trip. A trip I really enjoyed a lot was day flying from Memphis to Raleigh-Durham. Nice little town, nice flight, nice airport. Getting in and out of Raleigh was not difficult. And that was a good trip. And I did that week on, week off, and it fit my schedule really nice. Some guys like the international flying. They'll go on a 13 or 14 day trip. They only have to commute one time. They only have to leave home one time a month, and they'll fly for that length of time. And the international pay is better. I mean, the guys make a lot of money. One example of something that was an eye opener to me, but I got a call after I retired from a friend of mine, and he sent me a picture of one captain's, wide body captain, 777 captain's schedule for the month of April. And it showed his hours. He was in China, flying all through Asia, and he flew for about 23 or 24 days of the month. COVID restrictions were a mess, obviously, back then, but they got 200% pay. I looked at his hours. I computed up what he made. He made $186,000 in the month of April. One guy on one airplane. So you do the math. If you talk about the financial side of it. Now, that was not worth it for me to do that, and I never had that kind of a year, much less a month. So
yeah, that's pretty remarkable.
So the quality of life thing is a good thing. I mean, you don't have another job, like in the Navy. I would come back, get out of the airplane, and next thing you know, I got a stack of paperwork. I got something I got to go do. You've got a ground job also. In addition to your flying, you're managing people, which was the most rewarding thing to do for me in the Navy. But you had other things to consider instead of just strapping on the jet.
Mm-hmm. So let's transition there, if we can, a little bit. You just mentioned managing people, and if we can get into some of maybe the skills or the attributes that you think maybe played a really important role in your career or in managing others. What were some of the things that you look for as standout qualities in the people you work with?
I found out one thing very early on, and that it never hurts to be nice to people. You never know. Someday down the road, somebody that's working for you, you may be working for them. And it never hurts to be nice to people. From a leadership standpoint, I would say that a good leader is probably a very wise follower. I like to surround myself with smart people. I would give them an idea of the direction I think we ought to move in, and then I'd stay out of their way. Because lo and behold, they're probably a lot smarter than I am anyway, and let them do their thing. And if you are in charge of people, you have to be just as willing to pat them on the back as you are to kick them in the butt. You've got to always tell them the truth, tell them what the plan is, tell them everything that you know, and then go from there. And if they do something that requires some sort of, let's say you have somebody that gets in a little bit of trouble or something happens that you didn't really want to have happen, if they work for you, you take care of it. You don't let your boss take care of it. You take care of it. So what I found was people that enjoyed other people and listened to other people, didn't walk into a room like, I've already been there, I understand this, I got this, you know. And I found that was that was a good skill to have going into commercial aviation. When you showed up, I could have gone in there and said, hey, I'm an F-14 guy, and I could have been the stereotypical fighter guy, which I never was, you know, and I never had anybody accuse me of that, thank goodness, because I was the lucky guy that got to fly the airplane. I was not, you know, for the Tomcat, for example, it took 50 maintenance man hours for 1 hour of flight time on the airplane. So my troops were putting in 50 hours for every hour I got to fly it. No, they're the important ones. Take care of them.
I think you just mentioned something that is, you know, and I won't speak for anyone but myself here, but one of the more understated qualities in applicants these days, and that's a little bit of humility. And not only that, but a willingness to ask for help. And Absolutely. We've heard even the air traffic controllers we had just before our session it seemed like every example they gave was teamwork. It's none of us can do the job solely by ourselves, and you have to be able to rely on other people sometimes and not be afraid to say, you know, I need help, and right. Be a little humble at the same time, if you would agree with that.
Absolutely. And it pays off in the crew concept. When you're trying to build a shared mental model in the cockpit, you're flying with somebody different every month, or maybe somebody that you've never even met. You get in the airplane, that's why you have a checklist. That's why everybody goes exactly by the checklist. Somebody says one thing out of step, or they don't respond by the checklist correctly, it makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. You go, whoa, don't cowboy it. We've got a checklist here. Let's go through the checklist. So, and that's one thing that made it very easy to fly with somebody that you've never met before, because everybody was standard. And if you weren't being standard, something was probably amiss somewhere, and usually led to some sort of problem as far as crew coordination.
And that was actually my follow-up question to
that's where the humility comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. And my follow-up was going to be, you know, you're in a situation, as a lot of flight crews are, with people you don't know. And so how can you build a quote-unquote relationship just based on, you know, shared job responsibilities in a very limited amount of time? And, you know, if you want to expand on that, I'll be happy to give you that. But
for example, at FedEx, and I'm sure all the airlines are the same, the company gives us training, annual training. And a lot of that is crew concept training, you know, and they put you into some predicament, or they have a captain's course where they train the captains on how to be good captains. And you know, and it's usually the guy that comes up and said, hi, I'm Captain so-and-so. How are you today? You know, have you looked at the flight plan? Do you have any problem with it? Do you see anything that doesn't look right to you? You know, to get the other person involved in discussing what the plan is going to be right from the start. The good captains did that. The captains that you didn't like to fly with were the ones that just came in, signed the flight release, and said, I'll see you at the airport. You knew right then, oh, brother, here we go, So yeah, it makes a big difference. And we had training in it all the time about crew concept and how to be a good communicator.
Yeah. I know we have a lot of coursework devoted to CRM, and some of
Yep.
those elements of, task responsibility and prioritization, but communication, I think, is the one that comes up over and over again in just
Yep.
about everything we talk about
Yep.
for just that reason. So, and to that point you just made, I think of some of these accidents we've seen over history, like Tenerife and others, where a lot of the personalities got in the way of perhaps the crew making or being able to save a lot of lives had a crew not been preoccupied with that notion of, well, because somebody said it, that's the way it is, and I don't have a role to play in this situation. The Everglades accident, same thing.
Yeah, you can see countless examples of good crew coordination on YouTube if you want to look at those things. One of them, there was a Boeing 767 that landed with one of the main mounts that didn't fully extend in LA. They had flown from Newark to LA, long flight, they're tired, and then the gear doesn't come down. And they end up landing with one gear, not all the way down. But they talk about it, and they talk with ATC, and the whole discussion on YouTube. It's just, they were calm, they had a plan, it all came together, and it was very, very impressive from just a coordination standpoint.
I think that's one of the reasons that when people look at, for example, that miracle on the Hudson with Captain Sullenberger, and at least in the initial, of course, he became a celebrity, but in the initial, days and periods right after that, I was doing business as usual. And he immediately said, I was very fortunate in that situation to have a great crew. And the communication, If you listen to those recordings, I think that's one of the things that really stumped people was how on earth could somebody be so calm and the communication be so clear and effective? And these are people that, may have known each other in passing before, but other than that, they didn't hang out on weekends and things like that. And to be put in that situation together all of a sudden and have to do it the right way.
Yeah, and I think the industry's safety record is pretty darn good, and I think a lot of it goes to the core of it. It goes to the training and standardization, just so that you can have something. I mean, everybody loves a boring flight. Nobody wants an exciting flight in this business. You want them all to be boring.
I actually say that again. My background's in airports, and people are like, "How was work today?" And then I say it was boring or it was slow, and their immediate reaction is, "Oh, that sounds terrible." I'm like, "No, we got to do other stuff that was productive, and that means everybody was safe and everything was good." So, although it may not have been boring in that sense, but that is a good day. You're exactly right. Let me rephrase a question I asked a few minutes ago, which is we were talking about working in relationships with people and how it can be challenging in some of those situations if you've never met the person. But what do you do if you're in that situation where you get the captain who's maybe not as responsive or easy to work with, or if you're the one in charge, how do you handle maybe someone who's in whatever the opposite seat is in your case who may not want anything to do with you that day? How do you respond in that situation?
Well, you're still respectful. If in my case, he's still the captain. So I'm not the captain. He's the captain. That's fine. And I think you can deal with that in many ways. I have always been able to deal well with people. And I like to say that I do people well. and I've always been able to get along with folks, even if they're generally not so nice for some reason. I have a way to just kind of get along with them. I shrug it off. It's just their day, the way they've had a bad day or something like that. I don't let it get under my skin or affect my performance professionally. I don't let it roll over into something else. I just categorize that as a personality issue. We still have a job to do, and we'll still do the best we can. Now, there are scenarios that come up, and thankfully, I never had one of those, where the disagreement in the cockpit becomes so bad that they ended up having to have a mediated debrief. There are management teams that they'll put two people in a room and say, okay, what's going on? Why'd you guys get in a fight in the cockpit? Kind of thing. And they'll have a mediated debrief. And there are ways for them to do that. But thankfully I was able to avoid any conflict like that. And I think it's just, you just try to be nice to people no matter what.
Yeah. And obviously sometimes that's easier said than done. I think we've all
Yes.
been in those situations.
Right.
But I love your point of, at the end of the day, we have a job to do. And, I may have hurt feelings for a little bit, but that can't really detract us from our ultimate responsibility. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. If we can, let's transition now to a little bit of those students who are watching this that are, anxious to get in the industry, and they're looking for tidbits on either how to get involved or things they can be doing now to kind of prepare themselves. So obviously we have a very structured program on the flight side where they're progressing through the ratings. So they're going to have that piece when they graduate. But in your opinion, what else is there? What else can the students be doing to get ready for those next steps when they walk across the graduation stage?
I would get involved. I would probably do a little bit of reading on maybe just some leadership things. I would think a little bit about I would get smart as I could on your resume or on interviewing. Find out from your friends if you know of people that are already in a company. Maybe they're your sponsor, whatever. They will give you some clues as to what to expect in an interview, but prepare on those lines. I don't know that I'm answering your question exactly right. But for example, in the FedEx interview process, they put you in a room with 3 captains, and the 3 captains would build a scenario and ask you what you would do. And there was no right or wrong answer, but you had to have thought about those kinds of things before to get through this situation that they're going to put you in say, okay, you've got this problem and that problem and the other problem. What are you going to do, Captain? So think about that kind of stuff ahead of time.
No, that's exactly in line with what I was thinking is, if you had specific experience of a type of question that maybe is worth passing on. And scenario based, I think, comes up a lot in aviation.
Yeah.
And I think we had a speaker earlier this morning that basically mentioned, look, the technical side, we can teach a lot of that, but we need to understand how you're going to react as a person in a certain situation. So even though there may not be a right or wrong answer to the scenario, it's how you present yourself and how you deliver that information that they're actually paying attention to.
Exactly. And I think if you stay as calm as you can and as humble as you can, that will keep you the best in a mindset to answer in a professional manner.
Yeah. And I know we were talking in the break right before we started a little bit about some of the soft skills that can really play a big role in success in this business. So can you touch on a little bit of that and maybe from your military background? I know we touched on some of if you were in a leadership position, some of the qualities you would look for, but if this is you as the individual that you were trying to focus on for your job, what do you think the students could be maybe working on now that would be really important in them getting that first job?
I would have myself well groomed. First of all, I would. You wouldn't walk around like I am right now with a kiwi fruit for a head. It's hair by chemo, in case y'all didn't know. I've got a little cancer issue I'm fighting right now. I had a mullet up until I started this, but yeah, you want to be in a conservative suit, well groomed, nothing flashy. The nice suit. We always laughed at FedEx. It was always a blue tie. Guys didn't come in with an orange tie or a striped tie or whatever. It was always just a nice blue tie and all those kinds of things. So and people are going to look at you, and they're going to assess your professionalism from the moment you walk in and how you handle yourself with others. So I would show up well prepared. Finding out as much as I can about the interview process with whatever company it is, because that information's out there. So find out from your friends. What do you think they're going to look for? What are kind of the questions that they ask? There's people that do that for a living, to help you prepare for these jobs. So I would take advantage of that. If I'm a person that's had a flying career already, for example, but I haven't flown a lot, they're going to put you in a simulator to fly a big airplane. And if you haven't flown recently, get some simulator time. Find a way to get some simulator time and do that, because I've heard of several guys that I knew along the way that had flown with other airlines before, hadn't flown in a little bit of time. They went in and they never got through the interview process because they couldn't fly the sim. So, you know, that goes to it as well.
Yeah. I'm going to throw us, probably it's a little more vague or generic question at this point, but, and again, students, feel free. We have about 15 minutes or so left with this session. So if you have other questions, now's the time. But Captain, what do you think maybe looking back is your biggest lesson learned, or something you may, if you could go back and tell the, you know, yourself starting out in the profession that you may have done differently?
As far as what I would try to
development.
For me, as far as what would I have done to make it better for myself?
Sure. Or if you could give advice to yourself knowing what you know now.
Like I said, the people around you and the people that work for you or work with you are so important that I think I would have probably tried to focus a little bit more on that aspect of things early on. Now, early on, your aviation, it's kind of funny. Early on, your aviation skill set, you know, you just want to fly. Guys they want to fly as much as they can, as much as they can, as much as they can. And the longer you go in this business, you want to fly less and less and make more money. So it's kind of funny. You don't mind staying home for 6 weeks, but still making good money. And as a young aviator, you just wanted to get in the airplane and fly. I flew 4 times a day one time. Skipper told me quit flying so much. I said, okay, sorry, boss. So, but it's more centered around the people things, I think, and just a management situation. Hardest job I ever had in the Navy, I was the maintenance officer for the F-14 training squadron. We call it a RAG, Replacement Air Group. The Air Force calls it a RTU, Replacement Training Unit. But I was a maintenance officer. I had 850 maintenance personnel that worked for me and 42 F-14s as a lieutenant commander. And that was the hardest job I ever had in the Navy, and it was the best job I ever had in the Navy. I would get calls in all hours of the night. Hey, Mo, you're not going to believe what we've done now. Yeah, I'll believe it. What happened? But I learned to manage people well, and I learned to let people do their jobs and then take care of them. So that was the biggest lesson I guess I learned, was on the people side of things. Yeah. And I don't know that there's any other angle I can put on it than that. That was so important to me.
Sure. I have a ton of respect for that answer. I think it can't be overstated enough, the importance. And again, something we touched on right before we came back on live here was that idea of relationship building and networking as much as you can. And I think you even mentioned it again once we started the broadcast, that you never know who's going to be your boss. Could be the person sitting next to you. So you got to do yourself every favor you can and build those relationships. So let me check over to the chat and see if we've had anything. I don't think we've had anything come. We actually we have. I do have a question. This is from Erica. And she asks, do you see any value in self-funding the ATP, CTP, or type ratings?
That's an outstanding question. Yeah, I get the ATP part of it was a requirement for FedEx. The type rating, that kind of comes and goes. But again, it depends on who you want to go to work for, I would imagine. So if they don't require a type rating, it might still be worth your time and effort to find a way to get some simulator time, at least. Like I said, yes, I would do the ATP part for sure, and all that stuff I would do on my own ahead of time. without a doubt, that's extremely important and beneficial. And anything you can do along those lines also shows that you want the job, that you want to do or be the most professional that you can. You go out on your own and you spend the money to do that. I think that's important.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. That's a great question. Thank you, Erica. So we've still got a few more minutes. If anybody wants to get a last minute question in or two, we're going to start wrapping up here. But Captain, if you don't mind, one of the questions I asked Captain Fluhart from Southwest earlier today was, we've been in a very rough patch here over the last year or so.
Yes.
I think a lot of students, unfortunately, have maybe not had the best first impression of aviation, or are struggling with, is this the right career path still? I have the passion, I want to do it, but it just looks so doom and gloom out there. Can you speak to, someone who's been around and seen a lot in the business? Can you speak to those students about the career outlook a little bit?
Absolutely. And from the FedEx standpoint, every year for FedEx and UPS, the big cargo handling companies, their peak season is November, December for Christmas rush. That's when we call it our peak season. Well, for the cargo business, peak season started as soon as the pandemic hit. They've been flying like crazy. The demand for FedEx and UPS flying just skyrocketed because, your regular carriers, your United, Delta, American, and all of those others, they also carry cargo in those airplanes, but now they're parking them on the ramp because they don't have anybody that wants to go anywhere. So there was an additional demand for cargo handling. So on the FedEx side of things, the demand went up for pilots. But yes, it is a real downtime, and it's a struggle time, I'm sure, for a lot of people, especially financially, because the flying just went away. And but stay the course if you really want to do it. Don't let anybody tell you can't do something that you want to do. You can do anything you want, but stay the course. Don't let it get you down. This too will pass, and things will come back. And when they come back, they're going to come back in a pretty big way. I like to tell people, if they want to see an idea of how the country is doing economically, look at FedEx or UPS stock values. And you can watch the stocks go up, and that means that people are buying things and shipping them around the country or around the world. So yeah, stay the course. There's going to be a shortage of pilots. There aren't that many people going into the aviation side in the military as there used to be. There's a big concern at the airlines. I know there was a big concern at FedEx on a pilot shortage issue. So I think it's going to be okay in the end.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think we're starting to see some of that. Captain Fluhart even talked about the leisure market. We've really seen do well over spring break and now going into summer, and we can only hope that momentum continues. And for our students, especially those that graduated a year ago, that have basically been in a holding pattern ever since, I think we're finally starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel for them.
Yes, it's going to get better. Try not to let it get you down.
Absolutely. But at the same time, kind of the theme of this whole event today, honestly, has been, we typically do a huge career fair with a exhibit hall and speakers and airlines and everybody else there. And yet here we find ourselves in this format. But, I think there's value in continuing to push forward with whatever ways of engagement we can. And certainly having people like yourself as an outside perspective and someone who's been through a lot of this before, share some of those experiences, I think are some of the things we can do, even as difficult as time we're in. Absolutely.
It's like I said, it's something that gets inside your blood and it never leaves you. And it's a noble calling. There's a lot of just self-gratification on being able to do a job professionally and do it well. And you learn something on every flight. You hear everybody say that, but it's in fact true. You learn something every day, and you want to have that better flight each time. and be more professional every time that you get in the airplane. Learn something about it, and it takes a real deep desire to make that work on a day-to-day basis. And there are some days when you don't feel as good as you would some other time. But stay the course. It's a tough time right now, but it's going to be okay.
Yeah, for sure. We've got just a few minutes left, so if you're up for it, I've got a lightning round for you of quick questions with very one word or one sentence answers. If you're
Absolutely.
game.
Absolutely.
Right. Favorite airplane?
The A4 Skyhawk.
Okay. Favorite destination that you've ever been to?
Oh, that's a good one. Probably Key West.
Okay. Key West, Florida. Gotcha. One word to describe your, I was going to say work ethic, but one word to describe maybe your demeanor or your attitude towards aviation.
Humble.
I love that. I love that. And we kind of just covered this, but I wrote it down, so I'm going to stick with my notes. I'm going to go off my checklist anyway, which is one sentence or one word of advice to the next generation of pilots as they move forward in their career.
Well, I asked a real trusty old captain one time the best piece of advice he could give me, and he said, when you're at altitude, never open a container of yogurt or milk with the lid facing your shirt.
Not quite what I was expecting, but I like it. Those are the best answers. Those are the best answers. So I love that. Let me double check. I don't think we have any other questions come in into the chat. So I just want to reiterate, Dollar, Captain Silver, how much I've appreciated the time and getting to know you a little bit and sharing some of your stories and your experiences with our students. And I have to tell you, and we've never met before today. I have to give thanks to Mark Ferris, one of our faculty members here, who set this up for us. But someone who has had a pretty remarkable career, and then especially now, some of the stuff you're going through, which you mentioned health-wise, to take time when there's so much else going on and so many other things you could be doing, to spend a little time with us. That to me, sir, is humbling. So
I was honored.
Really appreciate it.
I was honored to be asked to do it. I don't know how much benefit it's been to the folks out there. What I will offer up, though, is that Mark Ferris is a good man. He's a good friend of mine. But I will be available at any point down the road, now or next year or whatever, if any one of your students thinks of something and would like to talk a little bit more in detail on something, I'm wide open to helping anybody.
We appreciate that very much, and know that you have an invitation to come here. And when we do this event next year in person, we would love to have you, and you're welcome anytime. So
I would look forward to it.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much for spending the time. It's been great, and I hope we get to touch base again soon. And I hope you have a great weekend.
Pleasure was all mine, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, everybody. That wraps up our session with Captain Silver, Dollar. And we have got one session left, which is going to be on some aerodynamics, kind of some futuristic stuff with a fellow from Northrop Grumman. And so we're looking forward to that. And we will get to that one in just about a half hour for our final session of the day. So stick around and we'll be back with that. Captain, thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Good afternoon for those maybe just joining us, and welcome back for those that have stuck with us for most of the day today. Up next is going to be our final session for the afternoon, and we've had a lot of interest in this one, so I'm pretty excited about that. But just a couple quick reminders for one last time. For those that are in the BTS 400 class that are completing this along with those requirements, please make sure you fill out that form completely. Make sure you have your correct email and ID number in there to make sure you get credit for your participation today. You can now submit those forms at any point. That will close at, I think it's 5 or 6 p.m. this evening. So make sure you get on that and get those in. You do not want to, well, we would love to see you back in the fall, but I'd venture to say most of you probably would like to graduate. So make sure you get that done. BTS 300 students, this can count as one of your 2 required events for that credit as well. You can bring those forms to me. I'll be happy to autograph that as proof of your attendance, and you make sure you have your second event on there as well. This can count as one of those 2. If you do have any questions about submitting any of those documents or have any issues, please reach out to me via email, and we will make sure you get what you need. All that aside, as I just mentioned, we're very excited to have Dr. Stephen Cook with us this afternoon, and he is with Northrop Grumman. And he's going to show us some really interesting things they've got going on and talk a little bit about what he does and his background. And, of course, the chat is open for questions. And so feel free to ask those at any point, and we're going to get to those, I think, a little bit towards the end. So with that, Dr. Cook, thank you for taking the time to do this with us today. We really appreciate it. And I will turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Kyle. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. My name's Steve Cook. I graduated from North Carolina State University with a BS and MS in aerospace engineering, went on to the University of Maryland for my PhD, worked for the Naval Air Systems Command out of college, began working in unmanned aircraft around the year 2000, and it really sparked an interest. And in particular, one of the things that it really sparked an interest in was how do we prove, or how do we know that these aircraft without human pilots on board are going to be safe and they're going to be airworthy? And so that really took my career in a trajectory where I became the lead for unmanned aircraft system airworthiness at the Navy and Marine Corps. Then I went to the MITRE Corporation, where I did studies. That's a federally funded research and development center where I did studies about how to integrate them into the national airspace, classes E, G, D, C airspace. And then eventually came to Northrop Grumman, where now I work on actual unmanned aircraft and work on how do we get them certified by either our civil or military customers. So it's a really great job. I love it. I'm really glad to be here with you. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the airworthiness considerations of remotely piloted aircraft systems, also called unmanned aircraft systems. But first, I'd like to show you a quick video as to what we at Northrop Grumman mean when we say airworthiness. So let me pull that up, and let's take a look at that. And we call it being trusted to fly. That's really our shorthand at Northrop Grumman for airworthiness. Kyle, can you see this?
Yeah.
Airworthiness is the ability to safely attain, sustain, and terminate flight. Ultimately, it's about building trusted products. It's about being able to say, when you get on this airplane, you're going to come back safely.
Airworthiness is the way we ensure that airplanes don't fall out of the sky. It's like added technical oversight to make sure that the aircraft is safe.
Airworthiness needs to be synonymous with what our company does, because all the regulators globally are looking at our products and want to have no hesitation whatsoever that we comply with standards. We're a safe product. We defend the warfighter. We do the things that we advertise and that we know we can stand behind.
I was attracted to airworthiness because you have to know a little something about every single system on the aircraft. And they're trusting our engineers that everybody's done their job, everybody's done the right thing, and that aircraft is going to fly the way it's supposed to.
We are at a point of transition yet again in aviation. The last one was in the jet age. Now with unmanned aircraft, now with commercial space being routine, we are seeing a revolution in aviation.
We need a talent pipeline of airworthiness. The landscape is changing. We want to have a global reach for our products. And in order to do that, we need people that are talented and people that are trained in airworthiness. When I came to Northrop Grumman, we saw that other countries had master's degree programs, graduate programs in airworthiness, but we didn't have any in the United States. What we did in the Office of Independent Airworthiness is we partnered with Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University to build a graduate certificate program in airworthiness. It's the first in the nation. The rest of industry looked and said, that is something that we really needed, and Northrop Grumman led the way. And we believe that by us leading the way and shaping the future and building the relationships with these universities, we'll be able to attract the best airworthiness talent in the community and have that here in Northrop Grumman.
We're being successful whenever we can lift up the hood, pick up any part of the product that we're developing at any stage of the development, and we can see where airworthiness has become part of our very nature. Our customer will look at that and still say, that's the best quality, that's the best job, that's the best direction. I want Northrop Grumman to build my platforms going forward.
All right. So that's an introduction to what we consider at Northrop Grumman. When we say airworthiness, that's what it means. So now I'd like to pull up my slides. And I'm going to talk about, you saw several unmanned aircraft on that video. And so I want to talk to you about some of the unique features of unmanned aircraft. Kyle, can you see these slides?
We can, yes.
All right. Is it in presentation mode?
Yep, it's perfect.
Okay, great. So what I'll talk to you about today, probably take about 20-30 minutes, is I'll give you a quick overview of remotely piloted aircraft systems, RPAS. I'll talk about the different name of these aircraft and how it's changed over the years, some of the heritage, some of the history of these aircraft. I'll give a background on RPAS airworthiness, and then I'll give you 5 different trends that are going on right now when it comes to RPAS airworthiness. Again, that means trusted to fly. So I'll talk about a safety target. I'll talk about the use of industry consensus standards, the increasing autonomy that we have, not just in RPAS, but in all of aviation. The use of the concept of operation in certifying these aircraft, and finally, detect and avoid system. What happens when you take the human out of the cockpit and you need a system to detect and avoid other airplanes so you don't hit them? So what does that mean in terms of airworthiness? And then I'll give you some conclusions and recommendations. You got a short, and via that video, you got a short introduction to our office. We are an independent office at Northrop Grumman. Our vision as a company is to be the most trusted provider of systems and technologies that ensure the security of our nation and its allies. So as part of being a most trusted provider, ensuring that our airplanes are airworthy is a key part of building trust. I mean, who would want to fly on an airplane that's not airworthy, right? So that's our job, and we take it very seriously, and we're also really excited about it, because when it comes to these unmanned aircraft in all shapes and sizes, it becomes challenging. It becomes a different way of looking at what safe means and what airworthy means. And I'll talk to you a little bit about that today. You know, unmanned systems have a long heritage, and really even before the Wright Flyer. If you go to 1896, Sam Langley, working in conjunction with the Smithsonian Institute, built aerodrome, what he called Aerodrome Number 5, and it was a steam engine powered unmanned aircraft that proved that heavier than air powered flight was possible. And that was several years in advance of the Wright brothers doing it with a person on board. So thank you, Sam. I mean, he really proved this out for us. The Kettering Bug, that was the first Navy, what we call unmanned combat air vehicle. It was a flying torpedo. Kind of interesting, they used a gyroscope to guide it. And the way that they detonated it is they calculated how many revolutions of the propeller would be needed for it to reach its target. And then after that, if you set that number at X, once you reach X plus 1, the wings fell off and the torpedo just fell directly into what the target area was. Unfortunately, it had a target accuracy of about 2 miles, so not a great accuracy of a weapon there, but nevertheless they did prove out this concept. The Queen Bee, that's a really interesting one. That's where a lot of people believe we get the name drone from, was this aircraft. And this was a British manned aircraft that was converted into an unmanned aircraft. The Firebee was one of the first jet-powered unmanned aircraft. And then that kind of brings us into the modern era, where we have modern things like GPS and modern communication, satellite control links. And Northrop Grumman has had several very successful programs. The Global Hawk has been around for decades. It provides high altitude, long endurance, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. It's had the Fire Scout, which is based on a Bell helicopter, which does all kinds of low-level ISR over the ocean. We've had the X-47, which won the Collier Trophy. It was the first aircraft to successfully arrest on a carrier and launch from a carrier. It also was the first aircraft to autonomously refuel in air. And then there's been a lot more in addition to that. So you know, we can really look back to the roots of aviation and see that unmanned systems have had a huge part in shaping the history of aircraft and the history of aeronautics around the world. So what's in a name? So the name of these systems continues to change. So you heard me mention drone, and that came from the Queen Bee. And it's kind of like there's nothing new under the sun. You know, it was considered to be a really outdated term, a term from the 1930s, 1940s, but now it's back in style, and we kind of refer to these. And the FAA has just said, hey, we're going to call them drones. So we're kind of come full circle with that nomenclature. We went through a period where we called them remotely piloted vehicle, or remotely piloted aircraft, or remotely operated aircraft. And that one was a better definition than drone, but it kind of became out of date because it implied that there was an actual human on the ground that was moving stick and throttle. And that's not really how these planes work. They're really highly automated. And the Global Hawk, for instance, is done with mouse clicks, and you click the waypoints and the airplane immediately goes, or not immediately, but gets to where you want it to go, just using those outer loop waypoints. Then we got to unmanned air vehicle, but what happened there is that a lot of people said, well, they're unmanned, so why do you need people? Well, you need people because you still need people on the ground. You still need maintainers. And so there was just too much focus on the aircraft. So we changed that to unmanned air systems, or UAS. So it recognizes the fact that it's more than just an aircraft. It's got a ground system. In some cases, we start by using a ground system in the United States and then transfer control to a pilot station in Italy or a pilot station on a carrier deck. So it is a much bigger system than just an aircraft. And then finally, remotely piloted aircraft system, or RPAS. And this is the official ICAO term for UAS that are piloted from a remote pilot station. Doesn't mean that you have that hands-on stick and throttle, but it is there is a relationship between the remote pilot station and the aircraft. So for this particular presentation, I'm going to use you'll probably hear me use the term RPAS, and you'll hear me use the term UAS, and I'm not going to really try to distinguish between those. That's really the same thing. So it's a aircraft that has some level of automation or autonomy. You have a human on the ground, either directly controlling it or monitoring it. And you've got a whole infrastructure of communication links and other things going on that's keeping this entire system flying and going where it's supposed to go. And so there are some unique airworthiness considerations about these aircraft. So first of all, you have no souls on board. So one of the things that's really cool about that is that it allows us to do some super long flights at high altitude without having to worry about crew rest, fatigue, changing crew during the mission. We can do that. We can do that on the ground by putting a new crew in the remote pilot station, or we can transfer control from one remote pilot station to another remote pilot station. But there's not a person on board that's getting fatigued. There's some questions as to what factors of safety. So things like crash worthiness, emergency exits, things that you would normally do to make a manned aircraft airworthy. Now you don't have to consider those, or you have to consider those in a different way. And so there's a lot of things that have to do with airworthiness just by not having people on board. Automation and autonomy. High levels are needed for the autonomous air refueling. The aircraft made a decision whether or not it was safe to approach the drogue with its probe out of this Omega tanker. This is the X-47, one of Northrop's products here, doing an autonomous refueling. Novel configurations. So one of the things that we see in the civil world is that, you know, whether it's an Airbus or a Boeing or a Gulfstream, I mean, the airplanes generally look alike. They have wings and engines and a fuselage and a place for people to sit and windows and a tail. Now we've got octocopters and pentacopters and heptacopters and all kinds of things that, you know, really the imagination is the limit as to what these things can look like. We've got that remote control element. So what happens when you lose the link? What does the aircraft do when that link is broken between the ground and the air? There's got to be some rules and some procedures and some technology there to account for that. And finally, for the smaller ones, we have unique launch and recovery methods. Some of them go in, like this is our BAT UAV that just is arresting into a net. The Scan Eagle unmanned aircraft system uses a wire. It has a hook on its wing, and it basically flies directly into this cable or this vertical wire, and it just spins around and comes down absorbs all the kinetic energy and just comes to the bottom of the wire. So some very unique ways that we would never consider, you know, doing a manned aircraft like that. So those are some examples of some of the unique airworthiness considerations for RPAS. And let me just say a couple words about autonomy. I mean, this isn't, in some ways, the way that Sam Langley paved the way for manned flight. I believe that RPAS are paving the way for an increased level of automation and autonomy in all of aviation. We had Gil Pratt, who was the former head of DARPA, talk about, you know, is a Cambrian explosion coming for robotics? And he said that due to computing performance, design tools, the fact that we can store energy in a much smaller volume now, the efficiency of our computers require less energy to run on, wireless communications, networking, data storage, and just the ability to have global cloud computing power. He really believes that we're about to see just a huge explosion of autonomy in aviation. And there's a lot of benefits to bringing autonomy into aviation. So some of the things that NASA's working on is like refuse to crash technology, that if the pilot gives a command that would result in a crash, the airplane just says, no, I'm not going to crash, not going to do it. Automated collision avoidance, new drone delivery, pipeline surveys, also being able to monitor system robustness, being able to look for anomalous types of inputs. In fact, this is pretty cool. Boeing in partnership with one of their engine suppliers was able to, they're using big data analytics, and they were able to detect in flight, based on some of the telemeter data from the engine, that the engine was about to fail. So they radioed the pilot and said, you guys need to land immediately, because based on our prognostics and our diagnostics, your engine's probably going to fail here in the next hour or so. So they went to the airport, they got some maintenance, and they got back on their way. So just being able to do that is really cool. And then, you know, the future, and I'm sure y'all have heard a lot about this, you know, advanced aerial mobility and the new electric vertical takeoff and landing, and being able to unlock areas of the airspace that previously, because of noise or because of weight or because of just the cost, we've not been able to really unlock, and getting people out of traffic jams and putting it in using the 3D nature of our airspace to make quality of life better for people around the world. So it's really exciting. I talk to a lot of classes. This is, in my opinion, the most exciting time to be in aviation. I mean, you guys have there's going to be so many changes over the next few years. This is the great time. You've picked a great career. So let me talk about 5 trends with RPAS airworthiness. So the first one is the safety target. And you can see in this graph here from the FAA, you know, really what you want to do when you say this is how safe something needs to be is you want to seek that bottom of the bathtub curve, because if you don't have, if your safety target is such that it's too low or too little rigor, then you're just going to have, it's not going to be safe enough, right? You're going to have a lot of crashes. You're going to have fatal accidents. It's going to be really bad news. But what a lot of people don't realize is that if you have too much rigor and you make it too hard, then it costs so much that it actually de-incentivizes industry to investing in making it safer, in making things, because industry will say, well, it's just going to cost me too much to get this certified. You know, we'll just stick with this old technology that we already know is going to be certified. And it also takes dollars away from things that could be like increased training or more maintenance, and it puts it into something that doesn't buy you as much safety for the dollar. So what you really want to do is you want to seek that balance, and where you can innovate, you can always be constantly improving safety. It's cost-wise to do that, but it's safe enough such that you're not going to create fatal accidents and things like that. So we really want a safety target. When we think about, you know, what's the right level of RPAS airworthiness, we want to seek that bottom of the bathtub curve. And so if we look here, what I've got here on the left is a metric called PCUM-CAT, which is the cumulative catastrophic, the probability of a system's cumulative catastrophic accident. So if you think about all the things that could go wrong on an RPAS, and you combine them into a single probability, that's what that number on the y-axis would be. And then on the x-axis, I've got the mass of the airplane. And what we see here are some different standards that are out there and saying this is what the safety target should be. So 1 × 10⁻⁵ per flight hour, p-cum-cat is basically about what we've said up to 27-21 kilos. Then at above 27-21 kilos for class 4, which are 2-engine RPAS, also all the way up to CS-25 or Part 25 aircraft, we see that number is 1 × 10⁻⁷. What we believe is that because we have heavier aircraft, but because of technology and because they are unmanned, fly on a single engine, we believe that that safety target should be closer to the class 1, the traditional military levels, than down at 1 × 10⁻⁷. Why do we believe that? We believe that because that puts us in that green zone of the safety continuum. And that's what we believe is the right place to be. So we're constantly innovating and improving safety, but yet ensuring these aircraft don't have people on board, and ensuring safety to the public to the same level that we do military manned single engine aircraft. Trend number 2, the use of industry consensus standards. So what the FAA has said recently, when they rewrote the Part 23 for fixed wing, normal utility, and commuter category airplanes, is they said the technology is moving faster than we can write rules to capture that technology. So how do we address that? Well, what the FAA has said is the way we're going to address that is we're going to write performance-based rules and then use industry consensus standards to be able to rev those standards, maybe even on an annual basis, to constantly keep up with the pace of technology. So it gives you agility to more rapidly accept new technology. And so if you look at military airworthiness criteria, we work a lot with our military regulators. All of these basic military airworthiness documents contain references like ASTM standards, EUROCAE, IEEE, RTCA, SAE, AIAA, all of these standards. So it gives us the ability to tailor them and to properly apply them for military aircraft, as well as civil aircraft. And so some areas where industry consensus standards may be useful, digital twin and digital thread. So what we're doing now is we're saying, instead of giving you the blueprints and a bunch of paperwork, what if we actually give you the models? What if we actually say, like, here's the model that we use, and this is the as-built configuration, and let you find compliance by virtually running tests on those models. And I think everyone thinks it's a great idea. The government thinks it's a great idea, industry thinks it's a great idea, but we need some standards to be able to know how to do that repeatably and to know what is good enough in terms of model fidelity, accuracy, etc. Externally developed software. So what we're finding now is that our suppliers, like even things like batteries, right? They have software built into it. Landing gear has software built into it. And the problem with that is, or the challenge with that, is that we don't know the pedigree of that software. So we need to come up with a way and some standards for how can we assess and judge and know that that externally developed software that we didn't develop to put on the aircraft is safe, it's not going to do any harm to the aircraft. Cybersecurity is another one, right? These RPAS are incredibly networked all over the world. So we need to make sure that the cybersecurity standards are in place to make sure that the aircraft are safe. And also additive manufacturing. Now we're printing parts to put on these aircraft. So it's a little bit different process than using the traditional metallic and metallurgy type processes. So how do we know that the machines that are printing these are doing it repeatably? How do we do allowables on these particular brackets and things like that to know that they are going to be durable and they are going to have damage tolerance, et cetera, et cetera. Trend number 3 is increasing autonomy. I already mentioned, the benefits of autonomy. Certainly also for the military, they're looking at this for significant military value. But they also are saying, the Defense Science Board said that we've got to establish trust and autonomy. So we can transform civil and aviation, but we also, as we move more towards artificial intelligence and machine learning, we've got to be able to trust it. We've got to be able to know that that refuse to crash logic is actually going to refuse to crash and not cause a crash. And this is certainly a real challenge. So recently, the National Research Council of the National Academies said that one of the most urgent and difficult research projects we have as a nation is to develop methodologies to characterize and bound the behavior of adaptive non-deterministic systems over their complete life cycle. So how can we do this? So one idea, and this is a standard that I worked on, is through an ASTM standard to use a safety monitor along with a complex function and recovery control function. So the way this would work would be you would have inputs from sensors in discrete states, and it would go into this complex function, which could be that AI, it could be machine learning, it could be any type of function that maybe you just don't completely fully trust. What you do is you bound that with a safety monitor. So that monitor is going to constantly be looking and predicting future states based on the trajectory of the aircraft. And if the safety monitor determines, hey, this is not headed in the right direction, it kicks into a switch that triggers one or more recovery control functions and sends that command, takes that authority away from the complex function and puts it into the recovery control function. So an example I like to use here is like if you have a toddler and you have a room and you've plugged up all the outlets and you've taken the sharp objects out of the room and you've put that gate on the room, and you've got all different options. You've got toys, you've got books, you've got a sleeping bag, and you don't know exactly what that toddler is going to do, but you do know whatever that toddler does, it's going to be bounded and safe. And so this is kind of the principle of the 3269. Trend number 4 is to take advantage of the CONOPS, the concept of operations, in UAS certification. So what EASA has proposed here, and they've actually implemented this now, is they've said there could be 3 categories of certification. So you could be in that certified category, which is really kind of the same level as manned aircraft. So there's very little CONOPS. There's probably some things like don't fly over congested areas, some very minor operational restrictions. Then you've got this specific category, which is different levels of airworthiness confidence, but also restrictions from CONOPS. So this might be, in fact, this is what we're doing here in the United States too. So we've got some aircraft, some drones that are doing railroad track inspections. And you can Google this and read about it, but it's out west, and you have a drone that flies over the railroad tracks and has a camera that can detect whenever there is a problem with the tracks and get that repair crew out there to avoid train derailment. So certainly a huge societal benefit. But if this drone crashes, if this RPAS crashes, it might crash on the railroad tracks or on the right of way to the railroad tracks, but it can be reasonably expected that there's really not going to be anyone there. And if it were to hit a train, my bet would be on the train. So I would say that, that's an area where we can say there's going to be a lower level of airworthiness as long as we can assure that that ConOps is always going to be in place. And then finally, we've got this open category, and this is for very lightweight, very small drones. Then you say, don't fly them over people, keep them away from, if you're flying them at the beach, you have to fly it over the ocean, those types of things. But these are things that are almost completely assured, not by the airworthiness standards, but by the ConOps that they're being flown in. And this is not unique to civil. This is the Army does it the same way. And so what the difference with the Army is they've actually put explicit safety targets on the left-hand side. And they've said, you can actually lower the safety target if you've got these ConOps in. So this is another trend in UAS certification, is using that ConOps as part of the safety case, as part of the safety argument. And the last one I'll talk about real quickly is detect and avoid airworthiness. So, if you look at the Part 91, you've got to avoid collisions and remain well clear of other aircraft. So how do we do that with an unmanned aircraft? So we've got different TSOs, different standards that are available to us to detect non-cooperative as well as cooperative aircraft. Cooperative aircraft are aircraft that are carrying transponders and are broadcasting their position. Non-cooperative are aircraft that are not equipped and are just out flying. So, we've got to be able to certify the performance of those detect and avoid systems to meet or exceed that same performance that we get from manned aircraft systems. So in conclusion, I'll get off the stage and take any questions you might have, but RPAS, incredible capabilities, long heritage in aviation, but they present airworthiness challenges. We're making some great progress in civil and military airworthiness for unmanned aircraft systems. And there's 5 important trends for RPAS airworthiness. Number 1 is that safety target and finding that bathtub, that bottom of the bathtub curve, which balances too little rigor and too much rigor. The use of industry consensus standards to keep up with the pace of technology. Increasing autonomy and looking at that runtime assurance model to be able to certify systems that are highly autonomous. The use of ConOps, taking credit for the different operational restrictions that are in place to be able to tailor the airworthiness criteria to be able to certify those airplanes. And finally, detect and avoid airworthiness, being able to assure that we can see and avoid other aircraft like we do in manned aircraft. And all this requires collaboration. It requires you. It requires you bringing your skills and your enthusiasm and your interest into this arena. And on behalf of Northrop Grumman, I highly encourage you to take a look at some of the career opportunities that we have and consider a future in looking at airworthiness, or consider a future looking at remotely piloted aircraft systems. And with that, that's all I have. And Kyle will be happy to take some questions.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Dr. Cook. Appreciate the presentation, and we definitely have some questions coming in.
All right.
As I mentioned ahead of time, it's one of those areas where this is not necessarily a curriculum within our program, but just as one of the faculty members, we get lots of questions and lots of interest in some of these topics. And just as kind of a side note, because I know we've got some prospective students watching as well, EKU has been exploring for the past year moving into adding an unmanned aerial systems concentration as part of our program.
Great.
And I can tell you that our agriculture program here at EKU already has several UAS systems that they're using not only on our university farm for agriculture inspections and other things, but we actually have equipment out in Eastern Kentucky doing utility inspections on power lines that are tied to some of the things we have going on. So
awesome.
While we don't have the path in aviation just yet, a formal path, we already have a lot of those applications, or at least I should say we're seeing some of those applications that you spoke of, or some of the utility of some of this technology being put in place right here in our own backyard. So for the students that are watching, this is definitely happening all around us. And so I have to echo your enthusiasm, as this is definitely an emerging part of our industry right now, which is pretty cool. So, and then one other thing I was going to ask, maybe just to start off kind of the questions as a theme,
Sure.
is, you know, earlier in the day, we've been talking about the pilot career and the airport careers and air traffic control and some of those paths. And we've talked a lot about how the pandemic especially has affected some of those positions and the cyclical nature of aviation. But I get the sense that a lot of this emerging technology may, if I can use the word, be more resilient to that, or may not be as affected as we continue to push for some of these things. Do you have any thoughts on that moving forward?
I don't have a direct experience with that, other than just some anecdotal things that I've heard. But I know that down in Florida, some of the drugstores down there began doing drone delivery because some of the seniors in Florida were really nervous about in-person medical pickup. So they began, they worked, I think it was Walmart and maybe another CVS, or, you know, that worked to do this, so that, you know, you didn't have to encounter another person in picking up your medication or picking up something you needed from the drugstore. And it got authorized very fast because of the pandemic. So that's one area that I think is certainly true. Also up at the Virginia Tech wing, the Google wing has had a partnership going up there with the FAA and Virginia Tech, and they've been delivering all kinds of things. Coffee. I actually was up there and was able to get a Starbucks coffee by drone, which was really cool. So I really do think that you make a great point, which is that unmanned systems and just robotics in general certainly has been very useful during this pandemic, and especially with people that are at higher risk and really just don't want any type of physical contact.
Yeah, you know, the other one I failed to mention for those that are watching is we're paying very close attention to what Amazon is doing at our airport in Cincinnati, which is less than an hour and a half north of us. And they're going to be moving their entire air delivery, or their air cargo operation, to northern Kentucky. And of course, Amazon has talked a lot about using some of this technology too. And so we're seeing that. And then at UPS and at their Worldport facility in Louisville, which is just to the west of us, we're seeing them start to implement a lot of this too. So anyway, just some shout outs to some of our neighbors around the state as far as utilization goes. But I think the students will really appreciate how much in the backyard some of this stuff is.
Sure.
So our first question that came in from one of our students has to deal with that concept of automation. And I think you mentioned it was perhaps maybe the study that is going to be the most important moving forward as we try to convince the public and industry, I guess both to a certain degree, that we can rely on this technology to be safe. And the question really has to do with the 737 MAX, which has been such a big theme in the news lately. And isn't that a case study in where automation could cause major problems? And did that have an impact, do you think, on that trust factor at all?
Yeah, well, you know, the MAX in particular, I'm not going to really go into depth. There's some great reports out there. The Congress has issued some reports. The FAA has its own report. There were a lot of different factors that entered into that. I think that with regard specifically to automation, I think that clearly, if automation is not implemented correctly, it can go south really bad. I think, though, on the other side, if you looked at what I've seen on a plot from a professor in Georgia Tech, if you look at the number of people in the cockpit over time, it's gone from 5 down to 2 for Part 25 transport category aircraft. So clearly, there are ways of putting automation and autonomy in the cockpit safely. And one of the things that we really have to look at, and I think this is a good point from the questioner, is that relationship and that transparency between the automation and the human. And that's an area that we really need more research in, is to be able to understand, the thing that we can't do is, and I'll use Tesla as an example of this, like the Tesla auto driving system. If there's a problem, it can't just dump it in the driver's lap at the last second and say, oh, I don't know what to do, you figure it out. It's got to be a situation where there's a gradual transition and there's an understanding and not symbiotic, but a very collaborative relationship between the autonomy and the human, and that there's not this emergency type of situation that all of a sudden the human has to regain situation awareness and figure out what to do. So, and there's a lot of good research going on there. Last thing I'm going to say about this is Google F-16 auto ground collision avoidance system. And I think they've got 11 saves so far. And what this does is this monitors when the pilot maybe has over-G'd the airplane and has become unconscious. And the aircraft actually just refuses to crash. It levels off and it waits till the pilot regains consciousness. And then, and it won the Collier Trophy, I believe, 2 years ago. And the Collier, the NAA, that's the highest award in aviation. And they said, this is really going to usher in the age of autonomy. So yes, if you do it poorly, it can have very bad consequences. But if you do it right, it can have a lot of really positive benefits.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to say that. The next one is kind of a personal question for you, or at least on your background. So it's in the last, or with your time at Northrop Grumman, what do you think has been the most significant advancement in RPAS or UAS?
Wow, that's a great question. I think that for us as a company, the thing that we've really, I'll talk about technology in a second, but for us as a company, we've been able to sell internationally a lot of these global hawks to NATO, to Japan, to the Republic of Korea, the Triton family, to Australia. And, the fact that we've been able to work with the government to prove out the safety of these, to prove out the airworthiness, has been a huge accomplishment, and in getting these more accepted worldwide. I mean, it's a global aviation community, and being able to get other countries that maybe initially were more reluctant or a little bit more conservative to begin to embrace this technology has been really encouraging to me. From a technology standpoint, the things that the X-47 did in terms of the autonomous refueling and the carrier launch and landing and things like that, really to me are just amazing. And the complexity of that decision making, the aerodynamic environment behind the tanker is an extremely unsteady, chaotic environment, and to have the sensors and the intelligence built into the aircraft to know when it's safe and not to refuel, to me still blows me away in terms of we have a lot of smart people, a lot of people a lot smarter than me that work at Northrop Grumman, and they were able to figure that out. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. It is just amazing to watch just how quick some of the stuff, and I appreciate, I feel like I always start every class, at least at the beginning of the semester, with a timeline of like a start to finish with each subject we talk about. And when you look at, yes, the automated technology in UAS has started a long time ago, longer than I think a lot of people realize. Just how much has happened in the recent time frame is just, it's crazy, remarkable how much progress we made.
Yeah, and we just recently, there's a press release that came out a couple of days ago where we now are flying the Firebird, which is one of our newest, and it's an optionally piloted. You can fly it manned or unmanned, and that's pretty cool too, because there's a lot of neat capabilities that you can take advantage of with an optionally piloted aircraft.
Yeah, that is really interesting. We've got another one that's kind of in line with our career day theme today, which is a student asking, this sounds amazing. This is how they preface the question, which is, and you may mention this to some of your other classes you've spoken to, but what do you recommend if students are interested in either this career path or maybe just learning more about it? How can they find out more and maybe start to get involved with it?
Yeah, I'll give a couple answers on that. So I would say that if you're interested in RPAS or unmanned aircraft, there's some really great opportunities, I think, with like you mentioned it, Kyle, like Amazon, Google, a lot of companies that are really trying to figure out how to take advantage of this technology to make, if you look at it, like take it from like maybe an Amazon or a UPS perspective, right? Like getting, if you're able to get trucks off the road, you could save traffic accidents, you can save fuel, you could save traffic jams, improve the quality of life for people. So there's a lot of cool things to be done there. So I would say certainly check out careers at that. I think software is going to be a key part of all of this. So understanding how to do software well and how to do it safely, I think gives you a niche, because there's a lot of people that have great ideas, but they don't know how to program computers in the way that aviation needs it to, which is a very safe, crash-proof way, computer crash, not airplane crash way of doing it. So I'd say that those are a couple of venues for the RPAS side. If you want to do airworthiness, I mentioned on that video the program we have at Embry-Riddle. That's a full master's degree program now. So you can do that. It's a virtual master's degree. I would say also any type of activity you can get in with the FAA. The FAA offers things called designated engineering representatives, or DERs, and that requires an apprenticeship. But check out careers that go that direction. That'd give you a lot of experience in that area.
Awesome. And there's one, the one right after that is kind of a follow-up to that question. It's another student, but they're basically asking, what are the types of skills or, in your opinion or in your work experience that you think you call upon the most in your day-to-day?
Yeah, thanks. Great question. We talk about in airworthiness, like being a T-shaped engineer. So you want to be able to go deep in at least one area, and then you want to be broad in across the system. So for me, I grew up kind of in the aerodynamics flight controls area, and I spent a lot of time in the first 10 years of my career doing that. Spent a lot of time in the wind tunnel, spent a lot of time in the simulator, and really got a good handle on flying qualities and aerodynamics and even some flight controls background. And then, I started expanding, and I became an air vehicle lead. So I had to know something about structures. I had to know something about propulsion. I had to know something about electromagnetic interference effects. And I got that more of that T shape. I couldn't really do calculate the allowables or something on it, but I knew enough about it that I knew the right questions to ask, and I knew what I didn't know and what I had to turn to my subject matter expert on. So I started filling out that horizontal part of the T. And so now that's really what I rely on day to day. Like sometimes I'll get a question and I'll say, okay, I don't know the answer to that, but I know where to go to get the answer, or I know who to ask. And then if it's kind of in my bailiwick, I can go deep down in the flight controls or the aerodynamics type of world and probably answer the question myself, do the calculation or whatever that is. And then the last thing I'll say is what we say about airworthiness is it's all about trust. And we call it trusted to fly. And so some of the key components of trust are transparency and good communication skills and integrity. And so I try to exemplify that in everything that I do.
Yeah, and it's funny that we're talking about all these different subjects today, but that theme has kind of come up all day today, which is one of them is develop as broad of a knowledge of whatever profession you're in as you can. In our case, we're talking aviation, but don't be afraid to ask for assistance in those areas we might not be as well versed in too. So
You have to.
I think it's
It's a
reassuring
team
to hear
sport.
that everybody has said the same thing in all these different career paths today. So I think that's
Yep.
important for the students to pick up on. So with that, I don't think I see any others. So we just have a couple minutes left at any rate. So
Okay.
I always kind of ask the speakers at this point if you have any parting words of wisdom for the students. I know we've got some, like I mentioned, that are graduating here in 2 weeks. We've got some that are freshmen in high school, probably just starting down the road. What are your final thoughts, Dr. Cook, for the students today?
Well, I'll circle back to what I said at the very beginning, which I think it is the most exciting time to be in aviation. I mean, I think you've picked a great career, and I think that you know what my encouragement would be that all along the way, I had various choices, and the choices sometimes were just to stick with what I was doing or to take a risk and try something new. And most of the time, I chose to take a risk and try something new. And I would usually say like, this is going to be hard. I don't know that I can do this. But I said, I've got to take the chance. I don't want to look back at the end of my career and say, what if I had done that? I want to just find out. So that's what I would encourage you. I mean, go and take some risks, take some smart, calculated risks. Think about what you want to do, and then if a door opens and it's an opportunity, go for it. And I think that you'll look back and you'll look back on your career and say, wow, I'm really glad I did that. Maybe it won't even be the exact thing that you thought it was, but I never thought I was going to end up here. I love what I do at the very beginning of my career, and I just kind of meandered and took new opportunities when they came and ended up. So I'm excited for you. Congratulations. And certainly check out Northrop Grumman and see if there's any careers that appear. We're hiring, and would love to have you as part of our team. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you, and I really enjoyed it.
That's awesome. And I honestly couldn't have planned this if we tried, I promise, or scripted a better maybe ending of how it is maybe no better time to be in aviation or have chosen a better career path. So I think,
Yep.
Dr. Cook, with as much as we've all been through in the last year, having that little bit of optimism at the end of the day is something that we can all kind of latch on to. So I really appreciate you saying that and spending some time with us. It was a really awesome presentation and really interesting for our students, I think. So we appreciate your time.
Thanks. It was my honor. Take care.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend. All right,
You
everybody,
too.
that's going to wrap it up for us for the 2021 Virtual Aviation Career Day. So we appreciate everybody tuning in, and we will see you in person. We certainly hope next year. Thanks to all our exhibitors today and everybody who tuned in. Thanks a lot.